Dago's got that stare red light on the screen, pouring up truth every damn day. Names, faces, dates, he don't look away. Pin maps, cold files on the wall. String runs tight from the big shots, his halls. You feel that chill when he says that name. Someone's shadow, someone's shame. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the script. True Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. Backroom deals under neon signs. He reads one line, then follows the lies. Crack tape, low sound, he can hear that bleed. Somebody out there, come remember me. He don't blink when the story gets dark. He just digs deeper, strikes that spark. You hear that rage rotting under his breath. Every question a dare, every pause a threat. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Yeah, seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the straight. True Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. No way, no justice, no use in the lies. He tears down the curtain, looks dead in their eyes. Whoa, you feel that verdict rising inside your chest, till the guilty confess, till the broken can rise. True Crime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the straight. True Crime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in essence, he's burning it down. No way, no peace till justice is found. Pretty much at 4 a.m. brains a busted circuit. Bethany said I'm dumb, but I ain't one to word it. She the funk, I'm the liar, tangled in her prior. Super nice people, dust clouds when I fire. Don't know what happened, dream or disguise. Could have been a movie script in my eyes. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm lying. Clock tick-tocks, heavy like my boots on gravel. Thoughts unravel, demons dance and I travel. She a preacher of pain, I'm the choir of blame. Burn bridges like my nights, no two flames the same. 4 a.m. truth's a whisper in the haze. Dreamt or lied, can't tell in this maze. Pretty much that's all I can muster. Rusted gears grind, my head's a fluster. Bethany's gospel says I should be crying, but maybe I'm dreaming, or maybe I'm
All right, all right, all right.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. As always, very much appreciated. I hope everybody had a great holiday yesterday, and I did miss you all. But we're back again today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The cafe is open for business. Today, guys, we're going to break down and discuss what is going on with this leak, the theories behind the body posing, is a big topic that a lot of people have been asking me about in my emails, as well as the leak thing. And one, I have to decide which one I want to review. There's a couple videos I wanted to review with you guys that had some interesting points and topics to them. And even Travesty Logic dropped video number 4 as well. So I have to choose which one I want to with the time allotment we have. So we're gonna go in that direction, guys. Of course, I will pin the link and allow you to join me, as this is an open discussion as always. So come on in, grab a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up, get yourselves comfortable so we can get this thing a moving. Here we go. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the truth
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you today. I hope you're all having an amazing day. I hope everybody had a beautiful and amazing holiday yesterday with all your loved ones and yourselves. Did miss you guys quite a bit yesterday. I didn't come in here at all. I didn't even look at my phone yesterday, guys. It was a crazy busy day. I was in here finally got in here about 9 o'clock last night. Got to hang out with a couple of my Blue Crew peeps, and then we went to bed, guys. It was a long day. I had like my entire family was here yesterday. It was crazy. So hey, hey. But we're back today, and we're going to be discussing and breaking down the leak, how and where, who and why. Just discussing it that way with respect, of course. The body posing is a very interesting topic. It seems with a lot of people that come in here. I've gotten many emails about it, so I figured why not discuss it at this point. And there's a couple, two, three actually videos out there I might be reviewing with you. Depends on how and when how this goes. So we will do that. So G Bean, welcome. Good to see you. Genuinely confused as we all are. Welcome to you, Gen 7. Welcome back, dear. Luther 75. Welcome back to you. Jesse Scholl's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. As always, appreciated. Teresa, welcome back to you, Beach Babe. Great to see you. Moonflower, great to have you in the house. What is this? True crime. I had emergency surgical intubation. The surgeon was 30 and a crime buff. He had never been to YouTube, so I directed him here. Well, thank you. I look forward to seeing Dr. Bryan. I hope you're okay, Moon. That's crazy stuff. I hope you're doing all right. It's not a joke. So prayers to you, dear. Sweet Pea, good to see you. Beach Babe again. Here, Romino, welcome to you. Moto Man's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Great to have you here. Miss Krista Marie, Reality with Krista Marie's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Always appreciate you. Carolyn Prestage, welcome back to you. As always, let me see here. Superman's grandma, welcome and great to have you back. Thank you for joining us. Baby Ames, great to see you. Miss Karen Folquez, Blue Devil, great to see you. Beverly Pike, welcome back to you. Let me see. Microdot, welcome. Great to see you today. Beach Babe. Cat K, welcome. Great to have you here, Cat. Thank you to all of my moderators for joining us. Always appreciated. Please, again, make sure to share it out, guys. And please, if you will, hit the like button. And let's get this in that algorithm. Karma Police are in the house. Great to see you. No, none your business in the house. Good to see you, Italian girl. Welcome back to you, Juror 13. Welcome. And welcome back to SR Bubbles. Miss Noni, wonderful to see you today. Thank you for joining us, as always. Let me see here. Pretty much Finland. Great to see you. It looks like we got 94 people in the house thus far and 40 likes. Come on, y'all. Please hit that button if you will. Leave a little DNA. I promise we won't send it off to Author Mike. And promise. It'll stay right here with little old me. Let's see. Making sure I'm not missing anybody. I don't think I did. If I did, I promise I will catch up with you. Let's see here. Amy Oleski, welcome to you. I think I've gotten everybody. And all right, let's see who's joining us here. Candy Mag, welcome to you. Good to see you. And Moto, welcome, brother. Good to see you. How are you today?
Hey, not too bad, Dago. How are you doing today?
I am good, brother. Good. Did you have a good day? A good holiday yesterday?
We didn't have a holiday yesterday.
Oh, that's
Yesterday
right.
was a regular work day for us.
I forget that you're in Canada. My apologies. I always
We
forget.
we had our holiday there last week.
Okay, got you. Well, hopefully you had a good holiday last week then. To me, it's just another day I get to eat food. It's very good, so I'm excited about that. Good stuff. Good stuff. As always, being married to a Southern woman has its benefits and its downfalls. So the benefits are, everything's amazing and the food's amazing. The downfalls are the weight that comes along with it as you get older. Yeah, so it's fun. Tomboy's in the house. Good to see ya. There's your comment there. Depending on what you type, Tomboy, I see your comment. I don't see any other ones though. They must have been banned by the tube. Who is it? El Solar, welcome to you. Thank you, Sluther. Yeah,
Yeah, I
YouTube.
am from. I'm from Canada. I'm from Toronto.
The Canada Dry region. Sorry, I have to say that anybody. There's a movie that my son wore out. It's actually a great movie. It's one of Adam Sandler's movies. He did it for Halloween. It's Hubie Halloween. It's a great movie, guys. And he talks about his girlfriend being living up in Canada, which he doesn't have. And like he throws that in at one point. Welcome, Senor, with it. She lives in the what the hell did he call it? Something Ontario something region that doesn't make any sense. And then said the Canada Dry region, and I was like, oh my god. It's a funny comment. You have to be there, I guess. Sorry, but anyway,
They filmed Billy Madison just in the next town over from you here.
I heard that he came out with another one of those. I think part 2, and it wasn't or no, it was the golfing one, which was the golfing. Happy Gilmore. Yeah, it wasn't as good as the first. Not they never are, but and they're coming out with a third. Grown Ups. I think they were all in that one together. It's another great movie comedy. There's a third one coming, so we'll see how that one. That's what he said. Toronto, Ontario region or some shit, and then he throws in the Canada Dry thing. It's kind of funny. If you haven't seen Hubie Halloween, you got to go watch it. My son, when that movie first came out, Caden watched that movie probably 3 times a day for like a year, and he still watches it just out of nowhere. He loves it. I mean, Adam Sandler's awesome, but you know, it's one of them things. Hey, musical contestant, good to see you, Lady Speedwell. It's been a while. Great to see you. G Bean. Yeah, we need some new comedies out. There haven't been any good ones released anytime recently. Balls Up, that wasn't bad. That was kind of funny, but not too many. It's stupid. What's stupid, Tomboy? YouTube, Handmaid's Tale, another great show. Crime and Chaos, Miss Lori's in the house. Good to see you, dear. Summer Jaden, hello and welcome to you. Hey, my boys, great to see you. Hey, Jesse, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, hello.
47, 417, 30 start
Hey,
there.
Jesse, how are you?
Volume.
Not bad. Of course, no Memorial Day over here for me.
You live in Thailand. Every day's a holiday over there.
Well, if holidays mean you get to eat, well, I eat every day. Pretty damn good too.
Yes, I've seen it. I've witnessed it. Usually, it's very good stuff. So,
What's the traffic like?
Well, I live a little bit out of town, so I don't really deal with traffic. But yeah, if you go into town, it's bad. But Chiang Mai is a lot smaller than like Bangkok or some of the, Saigon. The worst traffic in the world, I think, is Saigon.
Yeah, that's one place I'd really like to visit.
Which Saigon?
Anywhere in Thailand.
Saigon's the now known as Ho Chi Minh City, capital city of Vietnam, but it's amazing. I think
there you go.
It should be on everybody's list.
You can go visit right there, Moto. That's a live cam. I don't know where the Koh Samui, or it's where the Hush Bar is. It's soy green mango Tawang.
Yeah,
Koh Samui.
Koh Samui, yeah. Haven't been there in about 20 years.
But that's Thailand. They have these live cams all over the place.
What you want to see is a live cam of an intersection in Vietnam because it's absolutely insane.
I'm sure it's probably nuts.
In fact, one of the craziest things you can do in this lifetime is simply crossing the street in Vietnam. that is like a life's accomplishment if you can cross the street in Vietnam.
Okay, so this reminds me of New York City, you guys, and I never imagined Vietnam looking like this ever,
Do
ever.
you have a
Because-
motorcycle, Jesse, or do you just drive a car around?
Yeah, I have a motorcycle. I crashed about a month ago and was all bandaged up like a mummy.
Oh shit! Sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're better.
If anybody's
Oh.
wondering, I wasn't drunk when I crashed.
I'm sure you're pretty responsible with that. But look at this, you guys. Like this is just like always like this too. Every one of these live cams I've looked at, Vietnam is like
So
hell.
that looks like Bui Vien that's Bui Vien in Pham Ngu Lao district in Saigon. And I stay near here when I go to Saigon.
It's this down here at the bottom says walking hotspots in Hanoi, Vietnamese night market, bar, and food street. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, it looks like New York City.
Is that like a red light district or something?
Oh, that's Hanoi?
Yeah, it says Hanoi. Yeah.
Oh wow, it looks just like Bui Vien in Saigon.
Do they sleep at night, Jesse, at all, ever? Or is it just nonstop?
I mean, I guess some people sleep, but yeah, it doesn't really stop.
Wow.
It's a fast pace
Yeah.
kind of atmosphere.
It's like Los Angeles over there here, you know? That's wild
Always
stuff, though.
Always something going on.
It seems that. There's quite a few different and then of course this here is just gorgeous to me. This is what I imagine when I think of Jesse, where he's at, what he gets to see from time to time, I'm sure. But that is a night view of the water and the beaches and stuff like that. It's just gorgeous to me. I love it.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Remember, I used to come on here and I'd have the picture of the beach in the background.
Right.
And the company I work for told me I'm not allowed to use that anymore. So they made me sort of put up a half-ass studio, and that's why I changed it.
Yeah, you have to have sports in your thing. I get it. This is I can't read it because it's written in. It says Nha Trang Beach, Hong Chong.
Yep. That's one of my favorite places to go.
It's very nice. I mean, this is nighttime, but it's beautiful at night, and it looks very peaceful. So.
I rented like a 4-bedroom Airbnb, just beautiful, with a rooftop pool right before COVID. And it was like $70 a month US. Sorry, $70 a night, not a month, $70 a night.
That's still pretty good, dude.
Crazy good. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about a really nice place with a rooftop pool. So.
Right. Agreed. Yeah. Cause
I'm not talking about an apartment. I'm talking about like a big house.
Full house. Yeah.
Pool on the roof.
And if you look here, it's already tomorrow there, by the way, folks. So 2:40 in the morning. Anyway, very cool. Not to get off subject, but yeah, right. Go fishing there, Tomboy. Absolutely.
So you've got some videos to show. Would one of them be the Neeks Peaks video, Diego?
Well, we could review that one. I had requests for that.
It's long. It's probably too long, to be honest.
Yeah,
with you.
it's a good the Birdie and Lana video. I had a request for that, and then of course, Travis came out with a new one too. So we're gonna discuss this other stuff first before we get into that at all. But
did you see that TikTok thing there on the Discord there, Dago?
which one? The one with when the girls were younger?
No, it's the one with that Pete guy. It looks like he might be wearing that pendant in one of those in one of those pictures.
I didn't see it. No. I did not see that. That's interesting.
Yeah, Ro posted it there.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. And like I said, I didn't come in here at all. I'll have to go look at that. And then there's another one that was dropped it probably has nothing to do with anything. It's just wildly ironic that it was put out. If I can find the damn thing again, I'm going to show it to you guys. It's just a picture. It's what it says in the picture that blew my mind. We were just talking about it before I came into the live stream. If I can find the damn thing. Bear with me for a minute here. Okay. Yeah, this, if I can figure out how to open this up. 1 minute.
Do you have like a full size bike there, Jesse? Like, or is it just like a little 125 or something?
Yeah, 125. And now that I'm an old man, I don't drive it on the main roads. I just drive it on the back roads. I have a couple houses. I have 3 places that are all in the same neighborhood. And
Oh
I
shit!
bomb around between the 3 of them. And I was just getting ready for work one night, and I forgot my phone charger at one of my other places. So I got on the bike thinking I'm going to race there and race back. Dog jumped right out in front of me, and I hit the deck and skinned myself.
I swore I remember you saying you had a scooter too. Like everybody over there seems to get around.
Well, I mean, I guess they're not really scooters. I mean, I guess you call it. They're 125. They're kind of. I guess you can call them scooters.
Gotcha. Nah, it makes sense. You don't see too many cars. I mean, there's cars, but it seems easier just to get around on a scooter or bike or whatever it is. It's easier.
I almost hit a deer there the other day when I was going down the tracks. I was just going along, and right from beside me, the deer came up past me, pretty much cut me off. I had to slam on the brakes, just barely missed the thing.
Oh, my road, it's daily. If you're not, you have to drive very slow down my road because we have like batches of them that will run 3, 4, 5, 6 at a time that'll run right in front of the car. So we go, the speed limit on my road is 45. We go like 15 to 25 because they're just always running. So
yeah, there's a spot up near a cottage when you're going down the road. You have to slow down and stop because like fairly frequently there's a turtle crossing.
Yeah, we have those here too.
Yeah,
big ones too. Because I live like if you go through my backyard behind my barn, there's a marsh and then there's a river behind it, and I'm talking like big ass turtles like this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're huge, and I had to stop many times to stop and walk it. And you got to be careful when you pick these things up because they will jack you up. They catch you with their thing.
Yeah.
I got caught one time, and I thought I had to go to the hospital and get stitches. That little beak ain't no joke. But you got to grab them by the sides of their shell and walk them across the road because it'll take them 45 minutes to get across, especially the bigger ones. And people run them over, guys. They don't care. They just run them over. I'm like, don't do that. That's crazy. Hey, Jesse.
When I was younger, my friend, she had a parrot. And man, I got bit by this thing. I've never felt pain like that in my life.
It's like a knife. Like their beaks are curved like this, even on the turtles. And when they latch on a turtle, it locks down. You're going to have to rip your hand pretty much apart to get that out. Unless there's a way you can grab their neck if you can get your hand there. If they don't pull back in, and it'll pop their mouth open. But good luck getting your hand there. It's crazy. So
her sister had this little pit bull for a while. It latched on my arm one day, and I'm lucky. Like it must have just been playing because eventually it did let go. Oh man, yeah.
They locked down. I got bit 2 days before a gig I had to play. I'm a drummer, okay, and it was a friend of ours' dog. Him and somebody else got into a fist fight, so the dog went into like amp mode, and I tried to grab the dog to pull him out of the way.
Oh.
And when I did, the dog turned and grabbed my hand and locked down. And you want to talk about pain? It shredded this here, and I still have the scar here. And luckily, the guy's girlfriend came over, and she was able to get him to release. But if a pit bull gets a hold of you and they lock that jaw, you're fine. Forget it.
It's almost impossible to get those things off.
Yeah, you have to hurt them, and you don't want to do that. But, it's sad. Hey, Wendy and Debs, good to see you. Juror 13, Senor, all you guys, thank you for jumping in. Pamela Smith, great to have you here. So real quick, this photograph, you guys, is what I was trying to show you. This is from 2011. Yeah. And this was something that her sister had posted this somewhere or somehow or another, but it says Bailey's words, I'm going to kill you in the middle of the night. And it shows these two. This is Kaylee and Maddie. Sister murdered Idaho student Kaylee says it's chilling to learn true something was watching, and that's what was stated. And it's just a creepy thing. It's very creepy to see. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that there was anything thought about back then that this would happen, but it's just very weird. Very, very weird. Because this is exactly how they were found in the bed, side by side, like this.
That's strange.
It's very weird. And
Isn't
very,
Bailey younger than Kaylee?
well, I don't know who this Bailey is. I don't know if this Bailey was some Bailey girl they went to school with back then, or what the hell this was. But here it is. In 2011, Kaylee would have been 20. She was 21 in 22. So who does quick math here? Come on, guys. Could have been what, 11, 12,
That would have been 10 years apart.
roughly. So
Or yeah,
22,
12.
12.
Yeah, 11
roughly.
years apart.
Yeah, and she's on Facebook, and these things are getting posted on Facebook, which is, I'm not going to go into that because that's a whole different thing. But that's just a strange, weird thing to be putting out there on Facebook, in my opinion. So, just saying, too young, too
That
young
was
either
on
way.
November the 19th, too, that picture was taken.
November 19th of 2011, same month. Good God, that's a wild catch. I didn't even look at that, Moto. Ugh. That is just creepy to me. I'm sorry, you guys. Mod showed that to me, and I was like, oh my God. Weird. Very weird. Anyway, so the main topics thus far, like I said, that people really wanted to talk about. They at least they sent the emails, and Hey Creddy said that were the posing of the bodies, okay, the staging of the crime scenes, and of course the leak and stuff like that. So I think let's start with the posing theories and things like that. There's a lot of theories going around about the posing, and it's a wild thing. Okay, now I did look into some things. That I'm going to show you guys. 1 minute. Give me a second. I have to jump into this thing here. All right. So I'm just going to read something to you guys. Give me a minute about that, and then we'll jump into your guys' thoughts on it, of course. That's what it's about. Okay, so the act of leaving a victim's body in an unusual position is a conscious criminal action by an offender to thwart an investigation, shock the finder and investigators of the crime scene, or give perverted pleasure to the killer. The unusual position concepts of posing and staging a murder victim have been unusual position concepts posing and staging a murder victim have been documented thoroughly, and have been accepted by the courts as a definable phenomenon. One staging case and one posing case are outlined and reveal characteristics of those homicides from the Washington State Attorney General's homicide investigation and tracking systems. The database on murder covering the years 81 through 2000, a total of 5,224 cases. The relative frequency of unusual body dispositions is revealed as a very rare occurrence. Only 1.3% of victims are left in an unusual position, with 0.3% being posed and 0.1% being staged. The characteristics of these types of murders are also set them apart. Compared to all the other murders in staged murders, and victims or killers are on an average older. All victims and offenders in the staged murders are white, with victims being disproportionately white in murders with any kind of unusual body disposition. Likewise, females stand out as victims when the body is posed, staged, or left in other unusual positions, whereas posed bodies are more likely to include sexual assault. And that's an interesting point right there that we're going to touch on just a little bit. Often in serial murders, there is no evidence of either in the stage cases. Lastly, when a body is left in an unusual position, binding is more likely, as well as the use of more hands-on means of killing the victim, such as stabbing or cutting weapons, bludgeons, ligatures, or hands and feet. Those all sound familiar. So, where are we at here? Where's it at? Staging body posing is a form of deliberate alteration of the crime scene. That's from Keppel and Weiss, 2004, Shore and Puchel, 2007. However, unlike staging, which refers to altering the crime scene to redirect, now this is important here. Altering the crime scene to redirect the investigation. Posing refers specifically to changing the position of the victim's body, often leaving the victim in a degrading position. Hold on, I gotta fix something in the background real quick. I'm sorry, you guys. I keep forgetting about this all the time. There we go. Such as with their sexual areas exposed. Like staging, body posing is a form of deliberate alteration of the crime scene. However, unlike staging, which refers to altering the crime scene to redirect the investigation, posing refers specifically to changing the position of the victim's body, often leaving. Well, I just read all that. Okay. Posing has two main purposes: the gratification of the offender and to shock the discoverers of the body or investigators. Just like staging, posing is very rare. So they referred back to the Tony Fernandez case in 1974, which was, 52 years ago, bludgeoned his wife to death and then placed her in the driving seat of their motorhome before pushing it over an embankment. Indeed, staging a car accident to mask a homicide has garnered some meager scholarly attention in recent years. That's a different thing than this. Crime scene staging as it pertains to murder, making the homicide appear as something else, a suicide, or an accident. And I don't think that fits any of this, you guys, but they're stating it's a very rare thing. Okay. So I just wanted to read that. There's more to this, but we can come back to this later, but I don't want to get into too much of that. I do think it's interesting that they're saying it's such a rare occurrence for it to happen. We were told that they staged the bodies in kind of an awkward way. That Maddie, I believe, was staged in the princess pose, which is, from what I looked up on that, it could mean...
Is that this? Oh, that's this.
Kind of like this, or whatever you would call. Their hands are weird, kind of like this. But then it also stated that they were staged together like they were cuddling each other. So it makes me wonder, okay? It makes me wonder.
It seems like a natural position for two people that are seriously injured to end up in, almost. You know what I mean?
Well, if they were... See, that's what my question was. Were they posed that way? Or were they in the midst of passing away and decided to hold each other because they were scared? That's what we don't know. That's a great question, Michelle. How does staging go against rigor? If rigor mortis sets in after they've been posed, then they'll hold that position. I've seen twice. I've been on a scene where people were posed in a very, how can I say this? Unnatural position. Okay. And it was due to, typically there was a sexual aspect to it. I'll just put it that way. I don't think there was with this because it was never claimed to be, but we don't know for sure. They may have just never put it out. I just don't think there was. So again, there's a psychological reason behind this, in my opinion. Okay. I don't know, but part of is it the message? Were they posed because there was a message being sent? Were they posed to point to the fact that her and Kaylee were very close? Were they posed, was Maddie posed in the princess position because she thought she was a princess? You know what I'm saying? That's what I kind of wanted to break down a little bit with you guys today and get your opinions and feelings on. We're not going to take too much time with it, but it's an interesting thought as to who and why would do this. And you have to think about the type of person that might do this too. That's the other side to it. That's kind of what I wanted to break down. It depends on the situation, my boys. Rigor mortis can start to set in as early as 2 hours, 3 hours. And depending on the temperature and the climate, the atmosphere that the bodies are in, things like that. So they definitely had, in my opinion, rigor mortis had already set in and then set out, and they started. The body's probably posed, which is the final finality after 8 to 10 hours. But those bodies were in that house for way longer than that, so they absolutely were posed, in my opinion. And again, posing is the final stage. So, welcome, just Dust and Pixie Dust. They know Kaylee's bleeding was done in a different area on the bed, so that's yeah. No, I got you. So, any thoughts, you two, on this by any juncture? Any thoughts, feelings, opinions, anything?
I always have thoughts. What about you, Moto? You want to go first?
I'll let you go first.
You're going to defer? All right. Well, I think it's my opinion that there's a cover-up afoot, and law enforcement is involved, especially when we watch those interviews, and it seems like they're staged, rehearsed.
Sure.
When we see a bunch of frat boys giving the same rehearsed answer, and the zero pushback from the investigating officers, when we see Dylan Mortensen tell the investigating officer that she saw a gun, and he just does his best to ignore her and just brush right by it. And, when you put that evidence along with the staging, it would indicate to me that any staging would have been done in coordination with law enforcement, based on the concept that this is a cover-up and that law enforcement was involved in the cleanup or covering up for whoever is the true perpetrator. Otherwise, what are they? If they don't know who the perpetrator is, and the real perpetrator posed the bodies, that kind of flies in the face of a cover-up, because in order to proceed with the cover-up, you're not going to allow all that staging to remain. You're going to want to, if there's any staging, it's going to be what you've done for your agenda to throw people off of what actually happened. So staging for the purpose of throwing you off what actually happened, I think, is, if you believe in the cover-up, I think that's more likely than any kind of sexual meaning or ritualistic meaning, because I don't think that would be able to stand through a cover-up.
Right. That's a good point. Welcome.
I don't know if I articulated myself correctly by saying that.
I know what you were saying. I gathered it. You did well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome. How are you, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for joining us.
Remind me how they were staged. I mean, where were they? Were they like,
based on what we were told? Because I've never seen a photograph that shows it, but it stated that Maddie was posed in what they call the hold on, Sparkly, what they call a princess pose. When I looked it up, there was a couple versions of it, but it's kind of like this thing with their hands, and
okay,
and then then they were both staged together, like in a cuddling position. So I don't, but again, I've never seen a photograph to verify this. It's just what we were told.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, Sparkly, if that's, but you'd see the blue of the previous position. I don't know. I've never been able to see that personally myself, so I don't know it. Unless you mean something different, dear. I don't know. Hi, Karen Boardman. Welcome. Mount Man, good to see you. Now, one thing, too, I want to say. That's how those two were posed. Ethan was completely nude under a blanket, and then Xana was found the only one that was uncovered, and she was posed in a different position. That was kind of off a little bit, and I don't know if it was posed or if that's just the way she ended up. That's the difference. But the two on the third floor were definitely in a separate, a specified position, they said.
Think about how heavy, right, a body, like if had to be more than one person. Like a body is heavy, so you got to like carry somebody back up them steps. Because I feel like Kaylee, something happened in the living room or that one space, right? So I feel like if she ran down the steps, she definitely didn't run back up the steps. You know what I mean? Like she probably.
Well, it depends now because we've been talking recently that is it possible that Kaylee was on the first floor? Was she possibly in the office in that room when she got attacked and chased up the stairs? Maybe that's what we don't really actually know. And no, I don't believe that anybody went back in later and posed them. I think that happened during the murders.
Right.
To clarify that, if that means anything. But
yeah, they covered that room up. Like they kind of made it seem like that wasn't a room anybody was using. Maybe
well, it makes me wonder though, because Chris Whitcomb said that room is very instrumental in this case. What did he mean by that? Or did it mean anything? Okay. So, and there was some things in that room. The bracelet was found in that room. I don't know, you guys. It's just a thought, as what we do with most everything. So we don't know. Was Kaylee on the first floor, maybe in the office doing something? Maybe did she pass out down there? Go ahead, Moto. You're good.
So, I kind of like this question, and I just want to preface this. I'm not putting the blame on any one particular person.
But
let's go into Dylan's bedroom for a minute. Okay, let's go to her wall with all those creepy ass pictures.
Right.
Okay, let's just look at those pictures for a little bit, like we did the other day. I'm not saying you don't bring them up on your computer or nothing like that.
Right.
Just in your mind, picture those drawings. Was Dylan studying these pictures to create a narrative in her head? It's sort of like prepping yourself. So the more you look at it, the more you remember it, the clearer your story is.
Right.
The more confident you're going to be explaining it. So let's think about what was on those pictures. There is, maybe the bodies were just drawings of people, but what else? You had those pictures of just drawn eyes and noses, and it was just the outline, right? Like almost like the person was wearing a mask. You have the picture of the knife on the right hand side, and like the middle of the picture on the very right edge. Okay. I think she's somewhat, again, maybe these pictures were planted there. I don't fucking know. But I mean, somebody was conditioning themselves to prep themselves to tell a story. Right? Because all of those, all of that stuff in there was details of the crime.
Yeah. That's how it looks.
Oh my.
So I agree with what you're saying, or it's the basis of what was wanted to be done. You can
read into it however you like. I'm just saying, everything is there. Every part of this crime is in that house, or has been told in a story some way or another.
Somewhere in the house, yeah, I agree fully. Especially within her stuff, like in her journals, there's drawings of dismembered people. There's blood and gore and stuff in these drawings. The photographs on the wall, there's two girls drawn with their necks split twice. There's a knife in there with it. I mean, there's a lot of things in there, and you look at that, and you can't walk away from that without having a thought about how and why. So I agree with that.
So again, I don't know, but okay. So and then we heard a lot of statements. Well, we heard in a statement or two, it was either Bethany or Dylan said they weren't happy. They weren't very happy. So I've heard different things. I've heard Maddie and Kaylee both suffered injuries, almost like a smile, like Joker style, but that might be incorrect. If that is correct, that's twisted as hell. That's really friggin' twisted.
Very much, yes.
I agree with Lucy.
What's that? I missed it.
Just that the drawings on her wall are a psyop as the books inside BK's apartment.
I was just thinking about the books, like how set up, like how weird is that she had the pictures. He's got the book of his life, his future life.
Okay, so you like, does Lucy think like maybe it was BK who put those there, or the police who put those there? It just could you be able?
I'm assuming the police, but from my point of view, they're in there's like an 8-hour period between the crimes and the 911 call, and during that 8-hour period, we've got a ton of evidence that the crime scene was being altered, cleaned, staged. I believe Turvey's details that it's been staged. I find it hard to believe that they would take that time to alter the crime scene and leave any body posing, because the body posing is a clue, right? And law enforcement would be aware of this. Whoever intervened and dictated this, orchestrated this cover up, I think knew enough about what they were doing to know that you can't just leave the bodies posed the way they would be posed if it was somebody, you know, if they just came in after the fact and they knew that they had to cover something up. I think that's too much of a clue, too much information. You have to rearrange it or reposition them to as part of the cover up to throw off the what actually happened. So I would have to assume that any posing would be staged, designed to.
I agree with that, but I mean, in terms of a psyop, I mean, I'm not going to dismiss it 100%. But if this was a psyop, then why would you put those pictures in a person's room who you're going to defend throughout this entire case? Why are you going to defend those people but put those pictures in their room? If you're going to put those pictures in their room, you're going to frame that person.
Not to mention, that's what I was going to say. Dylan could very, very easily, if those are not hers, that say, "Hey, that ain't mine. That wasn't mine. I didn't draw that. I didn't put that there." So I think that's my biggest question with that type of a statement.
I'm not saying Lucy's wrong. I mean, she very well could be right. But I mean, Lana and Birdie, you know, Lana's putting a pretty tough case together for saying this was law enforcement involvement, which is pretty wild. I listened to that podcast today.
Right.
Yeah, I did as well. But that's what I mean, though. I don't think. I just don't think they would do the staging like for their own gratification. You know what I mean? Like when you position bodies because it turns you on, or you're going to position them to throw people off the scent. I also saw another pod. I saw Vinnie Politan. It's quite a popular clip from Vinnie talking about the Delphi case and the body posing in that case. And the Purdue professor said that there is body posing, and the Odinist symbols indicates that it's somebody who's not experienced. So he surmised that it would be either an initiation for somebody who doesn't know what they were doing, or just somebody trying to replicate the Odinist symbols to throw you off the scent. And I think it makes more sense that this kind of posing would be along those lines, trying to throw you off the scent, because if you're in there for 8 hours trying to cover it up, you're probably going to alter those.
Here's the thing. If you're going to try to throw somebody off the scent by posing these girls like they were close to each other, which they were. So if you're going to pose them in a situation like that, you're going to show that this was done by somebody that was very close to them, someone that would have known them intimately.
Knows how close they are to each other.
Like a family member or a boyfriend or whatever, right? I mean, really, if you're going to pose them like that, like these were two best friends, they were holding each other as this was taking place, then you're probably thinking more in line of with a family member, in my opinion, anyways.
I feel like Maddie was already gone before Kaylee. I feel like Maddie, for some reason, Maddie was first, and I think that's why I don't think Dylan. I don't think they heard her. I don't think they heard what happened to Maddie, because how did he get upstairs past everybody unless he was already there, or whoever came through a window or came through the slider, and then Kaylee, as she walked up the steps, tried to run down the steps. But I don't know if I said this on Willie's or last week, but I just think about how the 9 hours, right? Like they had come up with a story, right? I don't know, like the law enforcement, like that 9 hours. So if law enforcement wasn't there to come up with all this entire cover up, and that explains why it's so messy, right? Like if Bryan did it, he obviously didn't do it the way they said he did it. It didn't happen in the time they said he did it. So there was one lie, they had to cover up another lie, they can then cover up another lie because they keep coming up with things like, oh, well, we can't say this because this is going to say this, and then this is going to say that. So then in turn, we have this case that like nothing makes sense. But again, you have these, I can't get past Dylan and Bethany. Like, how did they hear and see the things they said they heard and saw without running for help or like wanting to call for help or wanting to do something? But somebody told them to say this stuff. So when did the, like, when was the time for them to come up with all of this?
I mean, that's a lot of people believe the whole thing was premeditated, that it was known about for days that this was going to happen to some extreme. If that's true, that would give you part of it. And then you have 8-9 hours to create the rest of it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So there's that too. I mean, it just depends on how, I guess it depends on what your belief is and how you see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I just like
if one of them's a CI, they put a call into their handler. Let's say Dylan's a CI just for argument's sake, and the crime happens. She puts a call into her handler and says, "This happened. I don't know what to do." The handler rushes over. Then the handler sees the shit show at hand. The handler calls his close confidants, and they get to work on burying this. Or Scott Green gets a call, Chief Fry gets a call. That's I think there's a lot of stuff going around in the peripheral that suggests that not everybody, but a lot of the top people were aware of what's going on here, and it certainly seems like those officers doing the interviews,
right,
had to know what they were doing and what they were not doing, and what they were not doing is trying to get answers out of those kids. They were putting zero effort into getting answers out of those kids.
I agree with what Kim just said. I don't think the people that did this, I don't think they had to sneak or break into the house. I think they were let in.
I don't either. I think that and I've said this for a while now. I fully agree with her too. And I'll speak to that here in a minute, Sparkly. I believe that it was somebody that they knew and they were very close to, and that they let them in as though they did every single day, and it turned very ugly quickly. That's what I think happened.
Well, 30 people had the key to your house. Think about it.
In a sense, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the way to get in. That's your key, right? And 30 people have the key to your house, their code. It's like
right. But I also think it's possible that somebody knew in that house that these people were going to be there. They were coming there, and very likely left the back door open or something in that aspect. That's another part of it too that I believe.
I'm starting to go along the lines. I know we're talking about posing, but I'm starting to think somebody left something there at a party. Somebody found whatever it was, took it. The girls probably had nothing to fucking do with it.
Right.
Somebody took something that wasn't theirs. People came back to get it. They knew where it probably was or where they left it, and they couldn't find it, and then they snapped.
That's a very grand possibility.
Yeah, because weren't the ducts taken off? Like, weren't the ducts unscrewed? Like the vents were unscrewed and screwed back on or something, it looked like?
One of the vents had newer screws on it, was what they pointed out.
Now, what that something was, who knows, right? Like, I'm not saying it was drugs. I'm not saying it was money. I'm not saying it was anything. I feel like it was something very important to somebody.
Well, here's the thing: is it was stated once earlier on in the case that it was believed that something may have been delivered to that house that shouldn't have been. Okay, there was a couple options I've heard about this: that somebody just dumped it down the toilet, or that somebody stole it, finding it and taking it and got rid of it, and people came to look for it. It wasn't there, and then all hell broke loose. I've heard
whose
those
desk was it that had a big pile of powder on it?
Xana's.
Because do you like, if that's just one pile of Adderall powder, that's a lot of fucking Adderall. That's a lot of Adderall. That's more than I get in a month.
Really? I didn't see that. I didn't see.
Oh yeah. If you were to bust apart all those, like if you have 30 pills of Adderall, you bust them all apart, you put them on your desk, you're not getting a pile that big.
Damn, I didn't even see all that.
And then in the amount of time it would take you to save up and get that Adderall back, that'd be like fucking
Wow.
3 or 4 months.
I didn't even think of that.
That's
It's crazy that like, there's 2 girls on separate floors that they had to pay. Like there were nobody touched them. It's like why those specific 4, right? But like how do you just skip over 2 people? You know what I mean? I don't.
Well, if they weren't part of the package, they weren't supposed to be touched. That would be why. But
Except we're more likely not Bryan.
right, real quick here. Sparkly asked Dago, wasn't it Chris that said Kaylee was sitting up next to Maddie? I'm reading. Well, here's the early on, it was actually Steve and Christy Gonsalves that said that Christy was sitting up in a corner. If that's what you're referring to, Sparkly. I remember that being stated by both parents. So I don't know. I don't remember Chris saying that. I might have missed that if he did. So my apologies. But I know that her parents said that. If you guys remember that she was sitting up in the corner on the bed next to Maddie.
I definitely remember it coming from the Gonsalves family.
Yeah.
I feel like they brought her back upstairs and just sat wherever she sat her next to Maddie and just left.
And if that's the case, you have to assume it's not true because everything they've come out with has been proven untrue.
Well, anymore, yeah. I question everything they say. I hate to say that, you guys, but damn. It's all turned out to be not true, mostly all of it.
I can't think of one thing can you think of anything they said that was accurate?
Not that we know of. I mean, everything in some way has been turned around and it goes a complete different direction than what they're saying. So no, I can't.
Well, one thing has 4 people were murdered.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing.
And think about WSU Kim. Everything she said came true. Everything.
A lot of it did. Yeah, a lot of it did. But let me. Hey, Sammy, good to see you. Itty bitty, good to see you. I want to throw something back at you guys that I brought up here a few minutes ago. What if? I know we're jumping all over the place, but these are the main topics we're pointing out. But that's okay. We do this all the time, and I kind of enjoy these conversations like this. What if Kaylee was in the basement in the spare bedroom when this started? Okay, now Dylan makes a statement and she says, "I heard Kaylee run as fast as she could down or up the stairs." You heard somebody on the stairs. You don't know who it was unless you do know who it was. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But you don't know who and you don't know exactly where. I mean, maybe Dylan's room is right by the stairwell. I'll give you that. So, yeah, it would sound that way. But again, there's some different things I've been thinking lately with this. I most definitely, I'll say this first, believe that Dylan locked her door to keep Kaylee out. At this point, I think she jumped up and locked her door to ensure that Kaylee couldn't get in her room.
Oh wow,
that's a true and full belief I have now. Okay, but that's kind of important if you think about it. In her statement, she says, "I jumped up and locked my door. I was scared." But then in the same breath, she turns around and tells him she wasn't scared.
You didn't call for help either.
So and you didn't call for help? You claim you called out to her. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. You locked your door, in my opinion, to keep her out of your room and keep you out of the mix.
And if you want some sort of, I guess maybe possibly logical way of looking at it. So if you started at the bottom floor, you go in the house. If you were attacked while going up those stairs, if you were attacked at the top of the stairs, all that blood that's in the stairwell would make sense.
It absolutely,
right?
And even the blood on the table. If you were attacked,
and then if you made it up, like if whatever happened started on those stairs or at the top of the stairs, it would explain why all the furniture is all fucked up in the living room. That would explain all the blood that goes from the living room, like the central area of the living room, towards the half wall, towards the ping pong table, where Christopher Whitcomb said, "Well, why would there be blood on the ping pong table?" It would make sense why we have those, that area cleaned up right near Dylan's room, because obviously the tussle would have ended up somewhere over there. Okay, that's just
I can imagine too, with you saying what you just said, she could have went to Dylan's door, tried to grab the door handle to get in there, and it didn't work. And that
because
right there, she went down. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Now think about even the blood on the table, Moto, could have happened. It could have been spattered from the stairwell or at the very top of the stairs over the half wall onto the table. Any of that's possible. Okay. There could have been a complete tussle in that whole area. Like he said, the furniture being all fucked up. could have been from that. Beer cans kicked over here, kicked over there, the table getting dumped over, which I do believe is what could have been the bang that was heard. Trying to get around the table to get to the stairs or to Xana's room or to Dylan's room. I'm sorry. Any of that's possible to me at this point now.
And here, hold on. So here's another thing. So they found a small portion of Maddie's blood in those stairwell, that stairwell, right?
Right.
Okay. So I think I like Chris's idea of Maddie was probably one of the first.
Agreed.
Okay. I think Maddie, whatever. I'm working on Maddie. It's kind of it shouldn't be complicated
no, I get it.
If I can explain it properly. So essentially, I think Kaylee and Maddie come in. Kaylee is behind Maddie. Something starts happening to Kaylee. Maddie books it. I think she gets hit at some point in that downstairs.
Yeah.
I think she makes it up to her room because there's more than just one person. Because there's two people. One person follows Maddie. One person's messing with Kaylee.
Exactly.
After they finish with Kaylee, after she's on the floor, they run up and they assist the person upstairs, which is why Dylan might be hearing, "Here, I'm here to help."
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And
yes.
maybe it's not Kaylee. I'm here to help. They do whatever it is they do to Maddie. They come back down. I think they're cleaning their stuff. They see Kaylee still moving.
Yeah.
I think somebody gets involved. They take a slice or whatever, and I think that's why we have a small portion of Maddie's blood downstairs.
And it would make perfect sense. The transfer would be absolutely at that point.
And then there's two people downstairs to bring Kaylee to the top floor, and then I don't know what happens after that with the whole posing thing.
Put her in the bed, and then they posed them. It would make perfect sense, 100%.
Is that possible?
When did the
Absolutely.
person run past Bethany's window? Was it that night?
Do what?
Didn't Bethany say naked guy something run past her window that night or something?
I think that's a rumor. I don't think that was ever verified or clarified in any sense.
Like if Dylan had, or not Dylan, if Kaylee had a guest over and something started happening, wouldn't a naked person be running past the window? I mean, think about it. You would run if he's trying to run.
Yeah, it could be. It definitely could be. It could be something that would explain. But where did he go? Where are his clothes? You know what I mean?
He got scared. He left. He got scared. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, nobody else saw a naked guy running through the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Or
They also didn't see a murderer in her and then.
Right. I mean, that's just something that I wish
we knew for sure.
Yeah.
That would make sense that Kaylee would be downstairs. That would
Right.
make absolute sense. And the person gets scared away.
It could. It definitely could. Or, my thought with her being downstairs was that she may have been on a computer doing something possibly or something like that. But that was already brought up. I think, who was it that just said that? Maybe it was Ethan. That was brought up once before because Ethan was completely, disrobed. So it could have been him at some point. People are thinking. I don't know. It's any of that's possible, guys. It's all possible in my opinion. So sure.
Yeah.
Nothing. I know that a lot of this stuff is not verified, but at this point, I think any bit of an angle is something to look at. I don't ignore anything, to be honest with you. I'll think about and look at every aspect of it, just because we never know. So,
fireman there too. Imagine seeing a fireman and not asking him if the fire's out.
Yeah, I don't know where that even came from. That was insane.
Yeah, there was that whole point in this case where it was like, oh, it was a fireman, it was a policeman, and then all of a sudden this fireman gets shot, and everybody's like, and then you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, if she said fireman, it's kind of like when she changed gun to vacuum. I think she's, if she's asked to say what happened, you're not allowed to say, well, the cops came, if that's because that's probably what happened. Right? Police came to help with the cleanup. And so she's got to answer the question. She wants to bring it close to the truth. Cops will substitute those for firemen. Just like we'll substitute gun for vacuum.
Well, you mean there's no such thing as a vacuum gun? There's no vacuum guns out there?
I mean, that whole interview just blows my mind that the witness is saying, I saw something shaped like a gun. At first, I didn't think it was. Now I think it probably was. And there was no follow-up. There was no,
Never.
You know, no follow up. Just the witness just said she thinks she saw a gun, and you're just gonna brush right past it, not ask any questions. There's just no way that that's organic. It's
weird.
To me, that's absolute. I don't know, not absolute proof, but it's a very good indication that the whole thing is scripted and it's all a cover up. And when we talk about psyops, to me, that's a psyop. When the officer's interviewing the witness mentions gun, and the officer ignores it. That's
or turns the conversation in a different direction. I agree with you. Yeah.
Or never once asked why didn't you call 911 right away? Why did you not one follow up question about the 911 call? I think one time somebody said, "What did you do then?" But
because I don't think they're supposed to, Krista. That's the whole thing. They know they're not supposed to because that part of it is not supposed to be talked about because it was
first question.
And then when the
case,
sorry, when the body cam footage first came out. Personally, I missed it the first few times, but when Dylan says, and this guy, over here, and she points and she says, this guy helped. Did we ever find out who that fucking guy was?
I believe
did anybody the cop didn't even look in that direction.
Right. I think she was pointing at Hunter Johnson, but that's just my interpretation of it. I could be completely wrong.
I think
it was because I think Hunter was standing off in somewhere else closer to the house at that point. I think he was already inside the house.
I mean, it could be, like I said, that's what I always thought.
Because she says that man right there. Like if Dylan's saying, you would think she would say, I'm Hunter and point at Hunter, but she says it was that man right there helped us.
And I've always thought that was weird the way she stated it. But again, look at the rest of the way she talks. But I know you're right.
The more incriminating thing was when Nunez said, just so you know, you're going to have to tell this story again a little bit later.
More than
letting her know that she needs to get her story straight.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I got in a bad car accident once and I needed some legal help. And my dad, right before I met with a lawyer, my dad said, well, actually right after the accident happened, my dad said, you know what, Mike, just write everything down that you're going to say because you're going to have to go for a statement about this again. And you're going to want your story to stay straight.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't because I, was going to say something nefarious or I did anything horrible. It's just how you keep your story straight and how your words don't get twisted. And how
it's great advice from your father or a lawyer, but not from an investigating officer.
That's true.
Very good point. The police aren't supposed to tell you that. I agree with that.
I mean, that's a good thing. It's a good thing that your dad told you. I mean, that makes sense too, because we see how if the defense or the prosecutor they can twist any stupid lie that you're or mistruth that you tell, or especially if time goes on. Like they always say, your memory gets worse as time goes on. So you're going to remember everything, or they're going to get tripped up on it.
And how about Molly McMichael? She's a known drug dealer, known criminal known member of the underworld, and she's just happens to be there, kind of walking around and not. I know she's got the cover of While I'm Delivering DoorDash, but her behavior doesn't really line up with that. You know what I mean?
After Lana's podcast today, I don't even know what to think of Molly McMichael. I don't even know where to start with her story.
I mean, I've been saying that ever since that first video came out on Plunder True Crime or whatever, 2 years ago, or when we first. I mean, she's like a prime suspect of somebody. We're speculating that these kids might have been killed over drugs. She's involved in that world. She's older. She's involved with, bad characters.
Yeah, right.
Not to mention, she's a big girl. Like she could throw her weight around.
I don't think,
especially if she's been around the block a few times, she probably knows how to.
She's definitely been around the block too many times. I think, yeah.
I think it looks like a dude in the one profile. I really think they were using her name. She's probably the last one of them that had a legal driver's license or something, because I think they were probably using her name. And I still think
personally it's possible that she was a ride for the people that committed the crime. She could have dropped them off.
Brought the perpetrators there, yeah.
100%. Real quick though, we're so much corruption just dropped 5 new memberships. Thank you very much. Welcome to my boys, Monica, Sammy T, Sparkly Starfish, and Kelbella. Welcome to the sauce. Very much appreciated, and thank you so much, Corruption. We appreciate you. Yeah, there's a lot of theories with her and a lot of things. Are you talking about Lana's newest thing herself, or the one she did last night with Birdie?
The one that she did there with Birdie. Well, I think she pretty much carried the whole thing, but Birdie was chiming in there.
Yeah, she did a lot. That was one of the videos I was going to review with you guys too, because there was a lot of questions about that people had. It was very interesting in a lot of aspects. There's stuff that she's dropping. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, she's been building this up herself for 3 years straight, right? And she hasn't missed a beat.
Right.
So
I will point something out too, guys. When she joined us on the verdict room, I asked her a direct question about the cleanup, and she said she absolutely believes that law enforcement was involved in the cleanup, which I couldn't step back from too far, because when you think about somebody cleaning a crime scene, who would be the best person to do something like that? And that would be somebody that knows exactly what to look for. Okay.
And I mean, when they had that cleaning crew in there so soon in the investigation, like I was shocked when they had that truck already set up. And then like when I heard that it had to be stopped, I thought, holy fuck.
Right.
Because I'm thinking to myself, well, if somebody had to tell them to stop doing it, then something's, especially because they started moving stuff too with a U-Haul van. That really started getting my mind racing. Like that's not professional. That's not professional.
Destroy the crime scene before you even have a conviction.
They couldn't wait to get that shit out of the house. That's a fact.
I know Canadian police are they're I mean, it's definitely not, New York City cops or, Los Angeles cops. They're not the best. We don't have the best funding for them, but even they take it pretty damn professionally, and they have all their own vehicles to transport everything properly. Just stuff like that. They don't run around with a fucking U-Haul picking up bodies or picking up bed frames.
Right.
They would contract a professional company for that.
Listen, Molly hasn't been in prison yet for her charges. She definitely was a CI. She did what she was supposed to, because she would be in prison for the stuff that she had right after this all happened. So she definitely was a CI working for somebody, because her charges.
There's no doubt in my mind she was an informant, period, because that's how she avoided certain charges, and she expected to be able to avoid those. If you watch the stop she had, where she was waiting for one specific, I think his name was Jordan, to get there to talk to her, like she was like, I'm an informant. You need to deal with this. I can't be going to jail, so on and so forth. Come on, Jordan. I'm waiting for Jordan. I'm waiting for this. Jimmy. That shit. So it tells you that she has an expectation of getting out of the situation, obviously. So yeah, I agree.
I think that Thompson called her and said, that favor you owe us? Well, you say this because somebody was door dashing that night under your name. You say you were there and you saw, because remember at first she saw Bryan parked behind her and saw him, looked right at him, blah, 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 blah. All that was given to her, because I really think that she did what they asked her, and that was it. Even though it didn't get a trial, she was still willing to do it, and she hasn't.
Well, yeah, she changed her story, right? So. Right, quick about that. But I agreed.
But so, all that said, she had no business being there at the time she was there, for as long as she was there. I mean, I know she's got stories, but DoorDash drives up, leaves it on your porch, and leaves. That's not what happened with Molly. She was there, 2.5 hours after they ordered the DoorDash. At that point,
walking the dog.
Yeah, and then she claims she's walking her dog, and I just don't, as somebody doing DoorDash, aren't you going to get fired? Like if my DoorDash driver drops off my DoorDash, then takes their dog and walks around my neighborhood and maybe shits on my lawn, I'm probably going to complain to DoorDash, right? Like you're not going to want to do that as a DoorDash driver, I don't think.
I'm starting to
DoorDash. You don't mind if I walk my dog around your neighborhood, do you? Like, I just don't think that flies.
I don't.
Right.
Did you catch this when Lana was talking, Jesse, when she was saying she doesn't really even believe that Molly was the DoorDash driver, that the order actually went to somebody else?
She said something about double dashing, where they're using her account, and they're but on two phones, I think, so that multiple people in the car and two phones, and they're just, yeah, to get more orders than they can handle, to make more money. That there was, I think that's what she was talking about. But yeah,
okay.
Oh,
Maybe I misunderstood that.
but one thing she did say that of note was that Molly was originally driving the white truck, and didn't we see a white truck pulling by, the grub truck, like slowly, kind of like stalking them?
Well, we saw a white truck all over the place after it happened. It was that same white truck. We saw it like it was in one of the pictures from the 1112 camp.
Well, that's Molly's white truck, anyways.
That same truck passed Kaylee and Maddie and Jack S. when they were on their way to the grub truck. I think it actually pulled up and parked, possibly.
it did.
So
Yeah,
I've always questioned that fucking white truck. It was that
right after the whole comment about what did you tell Adam? The truck goes by.
Yeah.
Everything.
It's the same truck as in that picture.
Yeah, it does
I
match.
think that's Molly and Michael in the truck.
When Enton was doing one of his interviews there in front of the house, just shortly after the murders were committed, I remember he was, they were always like, oh, there's a white car that goes by. There's a white car that goes by. But there was a white truck that was constantly going by.
Yeah. It was the one in the when they're walking to the grub truck really bothered me because of the way it pulls up there and just kind of pulls in right behind them. So yeah, that's always been a point of contention. One thing I will bring up though, and I'm going to pull up the video from Lana and Bertie. We're going to pull points out of that and talk about that as well, because it goes right into everything we're talking about. But I said earlier on, because when we looked into Molly, she didn't have a driver's license. So how the hell is she driving for DoorDash? Well,
have a license?
No, there was no driver's license.
So
that means somebody else is in the car. Okay, so maybe Molly was just the bag grabber, or the person walking, jumping out of the car, taking the food up to the house or whatever. Somebody else was driving. Okay, and I gotta say that though, like, is it true? Did Molly not have a driver's license? Did she have her DoorDash account in somebody's name that had a valid driver's license, and she was just in the car helping to deliver? Because I've seen that happen even at my house, where I have, two people pull in, one is driving, the other one gets out of the car and delivers the food. That's not abnormal, you guys. Just saying. I'm just saying. So.
No, but it's abnormal if they show up 2.5 hours later with a dog and walk their dog afterwards.
Yes. She claims that the dog was in the car. She's leaving DoorDash food in the car with the dog, who could very easily get into the bag and get into stuff. I mean, come on. That's a wild situation there. I'm sorry. So that's what I thought. I knew somebody that worked for DoorDash, and like, you have to have a valid license or they will not allow you to drive for them, period. You have to prove it to them. So I'm just saying, it was always a thought of mine. Was she a secondary person in the car? She wasn't the driver, but she was the maybe the passenger just delivering the food. Because like I said, I've seen it happen more than once where
her license after all that happened. You know what I mean? Because it was years before we knew who she was, right?
It could be. Sure. I mean, that could be a thing. I don't know, you guys. We don't have absolute proof as to what went on with her and all that stuff, other than the fact that at some point she absolutely lied about what she did. Yeah. You have to carry a valid license and insurance to be able to do that. So
I think she was on her way to start. It seemed like she just started getting in trouble right before that, a little bit after that. So she probably hadn't gone to court for the things that she would lose her license for. Because I remember once they pulled her over and she didn't have anything valid. And I'm like, how are they letting her drive away? Or something like that. And they were letting her drive away. And I'm like, you're allowed to do that?
And also, Ebby, with what you just said, when Payne made that stop, there's another point in that stop that was kind of important to me. The way he introduces himself, he walks up to the car and says, I'm Corporal Payne, so on and so forth. And I stopped you. Basically, he says, I stopped you because we needed to talk, or we needed to meet, or something weird like that. And you were like, what? Like, what the hell? I know who you are. And it's a very weird stop. The whole stop was strange. It was almost like he was like, I know who you are and you know who I am now. And we know each other. And it's like, what the hell? You know, was Molly in the car with Janelle Braun that night? Was she in the car with her boyfriend Jimmy? Like,
Mm.
what was she in the car with anybody? Somebody else besides herself? Because I believe she very well could have been. I also believe that the DoorDash may have been dropped off earlier. It's possible. You know, we don't know any of these things for fact. That's the biggest problem with all of this. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, in the time that she's supposed to be there, I mean, she should be noticing a
Yeah.
quadruple homicide taking place. If she's
And-
standing, if she's walking her dog around the house, that would be right around the time that, you know, you'd expect something to be happening.
Absolutely.
Perfect timing her just to be there right when they need her to be, right? Just
Yeah.
to see Bryan.
Yeah, a known drug addict and criminal.
And
just
let's
happens
not
to be
forget
there.
something. Right. Let's not forget something she states too. That she had somebody sitting in the parking lot of, I think it was Jack's or Jack in
Yeah.
the Box, waiting for her.
Yep.
That she was gonna. So what is this? Your like? All I thought immediately when I heard that was like, is this your like your in between guy, the guy that's getting the stuff for you? You're stopping there, picking it up, and taking it and dropping it off to different places. What
Well,
else does that sound like, you guys?
Remember that Janelle Brown used to work at the Jack in the Box too.
I had heard that. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not, but it's just weird. It's all weird.
She could have been picking her right up.
I mean, that's what I said, SRB. Here's another thing, guys. I said this before. Because of where she parked in that back parking lot behind the house up on the hill, that's where Tesdale or Rosenthal said he saw her taillights. Okay. It's very, and then he said then he claimed he saw 3 or 4 people walking towards the house, but didn't question him because he was looking for open containers. So did they get out of her car and start walking towards the house? She goes down, walks around. SRB just said looking for cams maybe to make sure nobody's going to see certain things, and she's recording this in her mind. And then she walks back up, gets in the car, and takes off like a bat out of hell. The people go in the house, commit the crime, and they go out the back door, up that hill, through the back parking lot, down the stairwell, and either get picked up on Walenta, or they go to somebody's house in that area and change out their clothes and everything's said and done. That's a very real scenario in my mind that is very plausible and could absolutely happen. So, I mean, you don't have to agree with me, you guys. And what I just said doesn't mean that it's true. It's when you think about these things come to mind is all I'm saying. So this is where you guys were at. I believe we're at the point where she brings this up. Give me 1 minute here. And for those of you who didn't see this, you guys, because I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm going to jump through pieces of it. You guys need to go watch it. It was an amazing show. 1 minute here. There we go.
Oh, now I want you guys to think about something. What if I told you that Molly used different cars that night while she was working?
Right.
Because they're working in tandem to do these dashes, which when we're talking about this funding, you're able to do these party patrols. You can, your program, however it's laid out, you can work with like CIs and shit like that. And so if you're using multiple phones, remember when they first said in the geofence, they were looking into 2 phones and they ended up tapping Molly's, but they ended up we never find out who that other phone belongs to.
Right. Yep. Curious
if Molly was using 2 phones or if she had obviously somebody with her that was using a phone because they're double dashing. But here's the big question, which is when Xana made the order at 2:15, if Molly's coming from Pullman and she just had, like I said, after midnight, she's saying that the only thing that's basically open is the Jack in the Box. How come Molly did not have Xana's order with her when she came over and came on that trip? Because if you take 2:15 to place the order, that means that Molly accepted the order at 2:15 a.m. Okay.
Right.
She's over in Pullman and we believe that she's in that white truck that's pulling out and that was actually talking where the cops were, before they turn on their body worn cameras. You can see it right there. She would have been there because that we get the back end of that white truck. And that would mean that Molly is arriving at the Whites based on the Linda Lane cameras at 2:52 a.m. And she's back in there until that white truck is pulling out. But somebody could have gotten actually out of that truck as well if they had multiple people. And the big thing here is that if you do the math, she would have been able and already secured Xana's order.
Right. Well, and so what you're getting into, just so everybody knows too, Lana and I, we were preparing the slides. I have some Google Earth screenshots. I have some documents, and we thought it would be fun outside of her and I walking you through this. If for the first part of this presentation, if that's what you want to call it, where Lana's going to be sharing this information with us, is I'm going to ask this for the question of the day. Do you all think that there is any truth to Molly's, obviously the DoorDash driver, to any of her statements? And I will put some of those answers up on screen, but then also, Lana, do you ever use the
like her, you know, I don't know if she says the words like, I forgot an order, I had to have an order made. But hear me out on this. If we know that Molly did not make the loop or go up there to do anything.
Now, I will say it's always bothered me. The order was put in at 2:15 a.m., correct? The order goes in at 2:15, and then we have an hour and 45 minutes before it's delivered. Now, we heard the whole story that she messed up or screwed up or whatever the hell, like Lanny was trying to explain too. She said, I think in her interview, she was late for something and the food had to be remade or whatever the hell it was. And then she went to redeliver it. I don't know if I believe that or not. Obviously, police are going to look into that. They'll look into the receipts and so on and so forth with DoorDash and Jack in the Box. But at the same time, I've always questioned that. I think Lana actually states, was it actually delivered earlier? And then at the same time, you know, the other points that come out with that is something definitely that has always bothered me. I'll be honest with you.
What bothers me is what would a person like Molly, in Molly's situation, not knowing Xana at all, what the hell would she want to do with 4 college students, pretty little blonde girls who look good in bikinis? What does Molly? Why would she be involved with these people? Why would she want to kill them, for Christ's sakes?
I don't think she's selling DoorDash.
That's what I said too. I think there's more to, and I know it's a fact that they do it there because they do it here. A lot of DoorDashers here, they deliver more than food. And we know there was blue powder.
Which is why it would take Molly, an hour and 45 minutes to get the food.
Right. But and if you think about the guy she had waiting in the parking lot for her, that could have been her connect. You know what I'm saying?
So back in a rough part of my life, sometimes when I wanted to purchase something, I'd have to go to this guy's house, and this guy wouldn't sell me the stuff. He'd make me wait in his house for about an hour before he would ever give it to me. He would wait until, if he saw any cops.
Yeah, right.
See if I had a tail. All this, just this really stupid shit.
Very paranoid, yeah.
Exactly.
Makes perfect sense. I've seen it happen before. I know. Back in the day when I was into that stuff way long time ago, a lot of those guys get that way because they don't trust anybody. I get it. Yeah. But I mean, it could be. That could be. But I mean, I could see she's either I could see Molly either working for a group of people that were involved and that was her job. I could see her either transporting them there and then taking off and waiting for them on Malenta somewhere as they come out or meeting somewhere else maybe. I could see the combination of things happening, her delivering certain things, maybe delivering something as a distraction too. Who knows? But they did find the blue powder on Xana's dresser. Where did it come from? Did they bring it with them or did they have it brought to them or did somebody else show up and follow them home and bring it to them and she's there for a different reason? Who knows? Maybe she was there actually too just to deliver food, but I don't fully believe that ever.
No way.
I don't. I agree with you. Her position in this is strange. The whole thing is always
make enough money double dashing or door dashing to keep your if you got a bad habit like that, that habit requires more. I mean, DoorDash is just enough to survive, right? You can feed yourself and maybe pay your rent, maybe barely.
She claims she was dashing for 18 hours that day, she said?
Yeah.
That's a long day for DoorDashers, guys.
But then again, she said she hadn't been DoorDashing for a very long time. She stopped doing it for a while.
Right. Exactly.
She just happened to pick it back up on this night.
Right. Thank you, Jonah. It says, I think you're close to the mark. Appreciate that. I'm trying. I mean, that's what I see. That's what putting together what we know, what we think, and what we've seen. Yeah, I mean, that could have been another point Allie just pointed out. Molly could have actually been forced into her role, okay? Knowing who her boyfriend was, who she was associated with. I can't see her saying, no, I'm not going to do that. You owe me money for something, you're going to do this for me. Or you're either going to do this, you're a CI now, if you don't want us to take you apart or whatever, or how these things work. I don't know how it goes. But anyway, this could be 100% what she's supposed to be doing. That's her issue, and being forced into it does not surprise me. I can agree with that. She's not the smartest person either, so we'll put it that there.
He was looking at some pretty like scary charges, so I would think this would be something. Just say this: you were here this time. With these people were door dashing in your name. You can say you were there. This is what we need you to say. This.
Every time we've looked up Molly's like court cases and her charges and this and that, it's nothing near like what it should be. So explain that one away.
That's what I mean. Like, if you see after the fact, usually it'll tell you on a background check what their punishment was, and if they're a CI or they get out of it, it'll say no information provided. Was what happened.
And then to make a statement. Well, Bill Thompson's a good friend of mine. I bet he is. How many times has he put you back into the CI program, Molly? You know what I'm saying? Especially how many times have you rolled through that with him? Of course, he's your friend.
Weren't they robbing a house when her husband got deleted? When her husband was deleted, they were robbing a house.
Yeah, they were doing something like that. He was shot to death right in front of her.
Doing something there, so she could have been. She should have been in prison for that.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is weird. The whole situation in that area is weird. But yeah,
I mean, I think that town runs off of money from that drug.
I mean, it could be. And yes, Emily Alon had sent $14 through Venmo. What was that for? That's a great point. I remember that. You are absolutely correct. Yeah. I wonder how she could even get a Dasher. That's why I said SRB. I don't think it was in her name. I don't think her Dasher account was in her name. I think it was in somebody else's, and she was just driving, or the whole account may have been in somebody else's name, and they believe that's who was driving the car. You know what I'm saying? Like, all you got to do is say it's log in under, say Janelle Brown or Bryan. And if she's got valid license and insurance, that's all it takes. That's what they see. That's all they need. And then Molly jumps in and drives around and does her shit that night. It's illegal, but you're not going to get caught unless you get caught. You know what I mean? So, and people do this shit all the time. It would make perfect sense to me. But just saying.
Yeah. All the alcohol into an Eric Gower's car. I think he might have been like an alcoholic or something, because he had thought nothing of having empty bottles in there, right? He could have. No.
I don't think so. I think he was using those to try to take advantage of other women. That's exactly what I think he was doing. I think he was, he's very creepy. I think he kept those to be able to give the girls that he picked up for free shots to possibly get them drunker, and he could have been trying to take some kind of advantage of them, in my opinion, because the dude's a creeper. End of story.
Yeah,
he's just a creeper.
It's nothing of pictures of bottles in his car. It's like, why does he have so many empty liquor bottles in his car?
It was stated more often than not that he would offer the girls shots when he'd pick them up. Like,
I think he might have got like a DWI or something. And he was some kind of snitchy poo, maybe.
Well, also somebody stated that a couple of guys, or a couple period, stated that he introduced himself as a law enforcement officer when he picked him up at one of the stops. So, what are you doing, bud? What are you doing? Taking advantage of a situation. I agree. Yeah, I believe so, Joanne. Anyway, sorry, I overtalked again.
Thing between the hours of 12 until when she comes up to the last time. So, if we actually,
I'm gonna let this play and let her explain this. I'll be right back. I got to run to the little boys' room, so bear with me. If there's anything you need me to back up on, just let me know as soon as I jump back in here, guys. But what she's explaining is very interesting.
Work our way backwards. How it would arrive here is that to be at the Whites at 2:52 and 18 seconds, that's when the white truck is arriving. Molly would have left Jack in the Box around 2:32. We have a truck, I think, that's leaving up out of there, depending on how she went. But if Xana's order is at 2:15, why was it not ready by 2:32? Why was Molly not able to grab it? Or was she? And then it's about the fact of the matter is that now Now think about this. When she's getting over there at 252, if she's in this white truck, what does so just because that, and then Molly would have left, but she's dropping off somebody else or possibly two people that have the DoorDash order. What does Maddie do with her phone at 2:53?
She called Bethany
and Xana.
Yes.
And the key one for me there was that she called Xana. Xana is the DoorDash order is being placed for. So we're over here thinking, is there any chance that, so Maddie's supposed, according to Bethany, takes Murphy out. And if they're just hanging out and outside, she's walking around or whatever. Oh, hey, your DoorDash is here. Question is does she call Xana first? Does she call Bethany first? But that's definitely at 2:53. That's right at the time that that white truck is arriving in the whites, and then it's leaving within a minute and 51 seconds. So the question that I would have is, regardless on if you think that's Molly or not in the white truck, and if she could potentially be using two vehicles with other people, why wouldn't she have had Xana's order coming from Pullman and it be actually in the, dropping it off at 2:53?
Right. And Allie Tally just said it's also right before the Jack calls begin.
It's actually during it.
Or during it, yeah.
Yeah, because that's at the tail end, because she starts calling, Kaylee starts calling Jack at 2:26, and then that stuff happens. Then she's on the phone for 17 minutes, and then those calls begin between 46, 247, 240, 250, and then Bethany or Maddie starts calling Jack at 52, and then she's calling. Like I said, but the person that she does not call is Dylan.
Right. She does not call Dylan. And this is also leading up to the Banfield interactions, the plainclothes police officers. I really liked when you were talking to me on the phone, how you said if they were double dashing, right, mm-hmm. and they had two phones, or if there was two people sharing a car and they're double dashing to make sure that they get all of the orders that come in. So if you've ever DoorDashed or if you've looked it up, essentially there's an order that will get, I believe you can claim the order, right? So you have to be somewhat quick if you're a driver to grab the order based on the tip size or how mm-hmm. far you're going to be driving and things like that. So if you have two people in the same car, you might be able to grab more orders. It might be more efficient. You can make more money. And you could have two separate phones. You could have two separate vehicles. I like what you said, Lana, where you could have two separate phones in one vehicle, or you could switch vehicles.
Yeah, you're also masking what you're really doing. Let's be honest.
True.
So what I was looking at is that I believe that Molly's full of shit. Molly didn't come forward. Molly wasn't like, oh my God, I had DoorDash to them. You know what I mean?
And that's another thing that I think is very important to take into account is that we were told in the beginning that she came forward 2 days later and turned herself in and wanted to speak with them. That's not true at all. They had to trap and trace to find her. That's how they found her. So she was not coming forward until they found her, period. So that whole thing was a bunch of bullshit. Why that was put out like that, I don't know, but it didn't happen that way. So don't ever think that, folks, because that ain't true. Looks like somebody wants to get on camera with you, bud.
So have you guys heard that Emily Alant sent $14 to Xana?
Yeah, it was in the chat. I just threw that comment up. Right.
2 minutes after the DoorDash was ordered. So clearly, Hunter and Emily had to be in that. I mean, they're not going to send $14 for the DoorDash if they're at the next door house, right? They got to be inside 1122 King.
Now, here's the question, Jesse. Was it for food or was it for drugs?
Can you get drugs for $14?
Oh, I'm sure you can.
You can get three blue Adderall for $5 each.
Oh, there you go. See, so if you're adding to the party, okay, because I still think there was some form of a party there that night. Mm-hmm. If you're adding to the game, here's my version. Here's my bit. There's her bit. There's your bit. Let's get some pills and let's have some fun. You know what I mean? Absolutely.
That sounds pretty pathetic to me.
Well, I mean,
$14 worth of drugs at 4 a.m. I don't know.
Right. I mean, hey,
I'm just telling you guys right now.
If they wanted to stay,
I went to better parties.
Well, yeah, but if they wanted to stay up and keep drinking all night, that's the way to do it, from my understanding.
They could have been using them. I mean, Emily could have been just using them for the next day or whenever she was.
Well, they were already ground up on a desk in her room, like they were supposed to be used or started to be, and something interrupted it. You know what I mean?
Xana was probably using it to help her study and pass her tests.
I'm sure.
I struggle with this
because it was cram week, wasn't it? They were all doing midterms.
I mean, I think so, but see, I talk to my kids and some of their friends who are they're 27, 28, and in their early 30s now. But I was told that this is how people would stay up drinking. Okay, they drink, and they'd start to get hammered, and then at some point they were starting to feel like they're going to pass out, so they could go do a couple lines of this, and guess what? Well, I can go for another 8 hours drinking. Let's go. That type of thing is one of the reasons why people do this stuff. But you're right with the cramming thing. That does happen.
Well,
too.
I think I don't know, myself personally, if I was still doing that stuff, if I wanted to stay up and keep on drinking, I'd probably just snort some Coke.
Well,
not do Adderall, even though Coke's probably 3 times as expensive,
and probably harder to get than what Adderall would have been.
They Coke anymore, do they? They probably do. I just don't know.
I mean, it could have been a combination. It could have been either one. You could be right too. You know what I mean, Moto? I'm just saying. It just made me wonder.
I just think nobody's getting killed over $14 worth of Adderall.
Mm-mm.
And to take the risk of driving around with food and selling $14 worth of Adderall on the side,
I'm sure
it just doesn't sound lucrative enough.
If you're going to stab somebody over drugs, you're going to stab somebody over Coke. You're not going to stab somebody over Adderall.
Yeah, and I agree with that fully. It could have been there was more coming, or something else was supposed to be there, or something like that. So yeah, 100%, I agree.
We don't know how many she sold. I mean,
or maybe the Adderall was like the kicker, like the kicker. Like this is okay, but I want something stronger. I need something stronger. So,
Adderall would probably Adderall would keep the buzz going for a little bit. It would have like a similar effect.
Who knows how many Ethan and Dana bought? They probably put their money into we only saw.
Do you guys know anybody that uses Adderall and doesn't use Coke or
ADHD?
Well, I do know that Adderall. My oldest son had a problem with it, and he went from that to the Big M. Because my understanding is they're the same type of thing. From my understanding, you go from one to the other.
That's what I think. I think that if you're the kind of person that wants to order Adderall via DoorDash at 4 a.m., don't tell me that you're not doing Coke or meth or whatever.
Yeah,
else.
And it was stated in there that.
Well, yeah, most people are going to do. They're going to do. But listen, if you have ADHD, though, you're not going to feel the effects of it. It'll make you concentrate.
Right. But what if the Adderall was what they started with, and they were like, "This is not enough. We need something more," and that's why Molly was on her way there, possibly. You know what I mean?
I agree with that 100%, Dago. 100%. I think that's more probably along the lines of it.
It makes sense to me
because nobody's going to go out of their way, be an hour and a half late for 3 pills of Adderall.
I fully agree.
A lot more than me. I don't think it was just 3. I think they sold a lot more than she probably sold them all. So
I mean, I can't remember which one of you two said it, but that pile you did, Moto. That pile of that was a lot. It wasn't just a couple.
No, that's not 3 pills of Adderall. That's okay. So here's this is what it is. If Emily Allant was giving anybody $14 for any sort of drugs or pills, or especially something like Adderall, she's not getting a pile like that.
No,
and she's probably not gonna need that much fucking Adderall unless she's, I don't know, selling it herself.
Right. No, could be 100%. Thank you, Cruddy. 100%.
Now again, like I said, if to have a pile of Adderall like that, that's not easy to get.
Yeah.
Because you got to get it from people who have a prescription, or people who are going to collect it from their prescription.
Right.
And in order to collect that from your prescription, and if you're not going to steal it, or you don't have a connection to a pharmacist or something like that, that's hard to get your hands on that much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless you have somebody that's all that. Well, for instance, that video I showed you of the bust, the Jesse James Bailey group of people, so on and so forth. I'm sure they can get their hands on massive amounts of that stuff. And I agree with Selena. That's what I was saying. They were probably already on Adderall and we're moving up to something a little stronger, in my opinion. I agree with that fully. But I do believe with SRB too. I don't think this was just over some Adderall. There was something much bigger behind this whole thing. But it could have very likely been something like that. You know, maybe they tried to rip off the they wanted the something bigger and decided they weren't going to pay for it right now or something like that. Who knows? You know what I mean? I don't know. These are just thoughts that I'm trying to process to make any of this make sense. But still,
for me, it's more significant that Emily and Hunter were putting themselves at the house, right? We're assuming Hunter and Emily go together like a pair, right?
Yeah.
And
maybe all of them.
Yeah. So all of a sudden you got a crowd of people in that house at the time of the crime. And I mean, we've heard the interviews, who's the Lakeland going home to make her bagel and cockamamie stories that aren't making sense, sound like lies.
I think there was a party there that night. I've been saying this for a while. So yes, JC, let's take Hunter and Emily and Josie and Lyndon, put them there, and Lakeland was there, and a few other people are there. You look at the status of the house. I think there was a party going on at the house that night, and all hell broke loose. Something happened, and everybody had to come up with a story and get the hell out. We went home and went to bed at 8 o'clock at night. No, didn't.
The party doesn't necessarily have to happen at 1122. The party could have been happening at the Whites. Somebody, maybe they couldn't pay somebody, or somebody owed something to someone,
right?
And they went to 1122, and whoever was looking for their stuff or looking for whatever it is, maybe they go to the Whites. Oh, and someone says, "Oh, those people went to the house across the street."
Right. That would make some sense. Definitely.
But the problem is, though, if they were at 1122, they're all lying. And if they're all lying about where they were, that's an indication that they all know. So they're all complicit in the cover-up. And that gives us a clue. That gives us a clue who the perpetrators actually are, and what this is all about.
Yeah.
Because, and I've been saying this since for 2 years now. The fact that all these people are willing participants, there's only a few scenarios where you could get all these people to participate in lying and covering it up, because they're not going to lie for Bryan Kohberger. They're not going to lie. They're probably not going to lie for Molly McMichael. They're probably not going to lie for Eric Gower. They're going to lie for a big time drug dealer that they find to be scary, or a big time frat. Somebody who's in their circle is a big deal in their circle. But certainly I think there's plenty of evidence that shows us that there was a lot of people that are in on this, actively covering it up, which gives them guilty knowledge. They know what happened.
Absolutely. That is absolute.
But wasn't one in one of the interviews there of one of the frat guys? Wasn't there one of the guys was getting questioned quite a bit. He was questioning one of Ethan's friends about cocaine, about Ethan's or possible dealings with some cocaine, or seeing if he did it or not.
There was a couple of them that were questioned that way. They talked a lot about money and drugs, and they were kind of like zeroed in on that situation. I agree with you. Yes.
So that makes me think, like, if it is a drug, if this is drug related, then I definitely think cocaine was likely, because I know for myself.
Sure. Once
you get into, if you're used to taking something like Adderall, cocaine is just like a natural step.
Yes.
They're very, very, they have very, very close, similar effects.
I agree. I definitely can agree with you, sir.
They certainly put a lot of effort into telling us that there was no drugs. Right from the beginning, they were very adamant about that. There's no drugs. And over time, we heard Dave's testimony told us there was plenty of drugs. He didn't make it sound like it was like a mafia thing. He made it sound like it was a casual party thing, but definitely both recreational usage and casual dealing of drugs going outside of that out of that house.
Agreed.
And then, you know, people said, oh, that guy's not credible. And then we hear about Molly, who's a CI, who's, you know, a known drug user. And then we see the photos get released. We see the powder on the, you know, and it becomes clear that they're lying to us about the drugs. There is drugs around this house, and probably, and if they're hiding it, if there's drugs in that house and they're taking pains to lie and hide it, it indicates that that's part of the motive right there.
I can agree.
Once I learned Dave's story, and this is right after I heard Tim's story, and because those two meshed so well together, I never thought twice after that either of those people were lying.
Sure.
No, Occam's razor would suggest that two different people with the same story that weren't related and weren't connected to each other, their story just made more sense than anybody else's.
And it's been proven that a lot of the things that were stated ended up being true. Okay. So you can't really turn about face on that now, seeing what we're seeing. So are you there, Jesse? You look like you froze. Is everybody else okay? Oh, there he is. Okay, you're good. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Very interesting points, you guys. Very interesting points. All right, moving on.
And so it's like you had to put up a geofence. You had to go searching for Molly. Molly did not come forward. Molly said that she never received anybody for that order writing and saying, "Hey, are you lost?" which they did do. And it's like Molly has no she has no idea about the layout of anything. It's like she was coached through this. And so it's like, then who would have coached her through it? Why would they have coached her through it? To be explaining, you know, when they try to talk to her and you're like, oh, where'd you park? She says that she parked in front of a dumpster, which was right in front of a driveway entrance. And she's speaking about the dumpster that's down in the corner.
Well, that, to me, the being coached through it, right? Everybody has said, a lot of people in the interviews, they seem like they're somewhat coached through. But the reason why I want to go back to what you just said about the where it seems like Molly's almost being fed what to say is,
oh, hell yeah.
That could be not wanting two names to get out there. And so the whole two phones or two people in one car, or that makes a lot of sense, because if Molly's already a CI and is quote unquote, you know, trusted by the police, yes, then they would want her to be the one to tell the story, not an unknown party.
Well, yeah, 1000%. And also, if we're going to go there, let's talk about the party patrols. When I did the research and saw that, holy shit, they only did and performed one party patrol, and on the night out of 365 days, how is it that you're using federal grant money?
Yes.
On the one night that there's a quadruple homicide. Can
you back up and explain that again for people that might not know this? And because we've talked a lot about the federal funding in the Hive, about the WSU stuff and the CSI lab. I've nerded out on that. I've gone deep down that rabbit hole. But when you told me that there was federal funding involved for the plain clothed police officers that are meant to do party patrols or look for kids that are underage drinking, and the only time in a year that they were out that night was the night of the murders.
Yeah.
It's I don't even know what to say, honestly.
Well,
there's no coincidence there, folks. It is what it is. Though there's no coincidence in this case. So I have to agree with him. Like, that points right to what exactly it probably is. And that's just an opinion, of course.
When I found out that the PSF, this grant, they had started in 2019, and it's very, like, you have to apply for it. You apply for it every year. But then when I saw what it was, that was specifically for the party patrols, and that they only had one or two of those per fiscal year. And the fiscal year starts up every year in October. And so in order to get these results, you cannot look up 2022. You actually have to look up 2023, because the fiscal year starts in October and the murders happen in November. So everything to do with this crime falls in the fiscal year of 2023.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. And then that would have meant that leading up to that 2019 to 2023 fiscal year, the first party patrol of the year, and they only usually do, like I said, 1 or 2 every year, boom, quadruple homicide happens right where you're doing these party patrols, which is for methamphetamine, drinking, drugs, all this shit that they're working with CIs to do it. Don't you think? Like, they 1000% are. Molly like literally described Jacob Tisdall, which they wanted her to describe this man because they wanted to say that, hey, this is the party, or this is the plainclothes officers, because for whatever reason they wanted to account for the white car and take that on that it was them, until it didn't work for them, because they were trying to put this on either Showalter or Decor. Okay. And so that person would have been on foot. So, hey, this is us in the car. And then they immediately were
I agree.
Now we're going to abandon that, knowing that that's actually our car. And we're going to assign it to, Bryan Kohberger.
Now, is this, just refresh my memory too, is this the SAMHSA, like the Partnerships for Success? Okay. And so I have their website up here too, just so people can see this. And so it's the Strategic Prevention Framework. It's Partnerships for Success States. And just so people know, in 2021 through 2022, ODP funded 23 law enforcement agencies statewide, which included the Moscow PD for the activities between, I think you had said July 2021 and June 2022. And they were known as party patrols. And there was 10 agencies. Moscow PD was one of the participants, which is nuts.
Yeah, and they had a budget to spend $6,700.
$6,700.
And they took away the wording. That's what I was trying to pull up here. I'm going to give you, if I can share my screen so that you can have it here.
Yep.
Let me see.
I just got to look for it backstage.
Yeah, let me see where I have it here too. Okay, here we go.
Did you press share?
I'm about to press it now. Present. Okay, share screen. Hold on, it's coming.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. It should come up.
All right.
You see that?
There
Is it too small, too big? Okay.
Yep. Well, let me, I'll make this full screen then too. Hang on. I got to add you to the screen here quick, Lana.
Oh yeah, just put me in the corner. I don't even have to be on there.
No, I'll put you up.
Just put me in the corner. For 19 minor impossessions in plain clothes who looked for obvious alcohol violations in public areas. Officer Warner, who was there, one of the first responders, Officer Warner applied for and oversaw the grant process, which resulted in multiple citations for underage alcohol possession and or consumption. But take a look at this. While conducting 2 Office of Drug Policy patrols, like 2 in that year, in that fiscal year, they had 118 contacts were made. There were 19 minor impossession citations and 47 open container warnings issued and 1 arrest for false information provided. Now, 118 contacts between you're going to tell me that you only had, like, if you did it just twice throughout the year, how many teams did you have out there? So then this is when I put the question mark of, okay, could they be rolling with, was it just 1 2-man team? Was it, by the time it was 2022, did they have more than, get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So then take a look at what this language changes. So in 2019, you have to remember it was COVID, but this is what it fell under when it talked about, this was the new language. So it says the funding is used to conduct compliance checks. See this? But it still has party patrols. And what it did in 2019, it takes out MPD was reimbursed for the training of 2 police officers only and patrol operations. So you see that right here where it says MPD began participating in this 19, and it got reimbursed for training of 2 police officers.
Can I also just interject there too? It's very important that if you're familiar with federal funding, you have to understand that no other federal grant is hitting this party patrol that when Lana is explaining this, right? So this is the party patrol and the underage drinking overtime that's specifically tied to the ODP, right? Mm-hmm. Or the SAMHSA that I just had my screen shared for. That is separate than any other federal grant. So it's working by itself. So the $6,700 budget that Lana stated is all they have for this. And that's why I believe that they call out these two officers. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's what you're thinking too, Lana, but.
Yeah, well, what I noticed was, though, if you go ahead and you scroll down and you look at like C2020, the same wording is used, like Officer Warner, because each year you have to reapply for it, you know?
Yep.
And so like, and here it was like, while conducting 2 patrols, like it just happened to, like, you know, did it 2 times. 29 contacts were made. What was because of COVID? See how it was like 118 contacts were made?
Yes.
So then in 2021, it's saying right here, well, first of all, I want you to take a look and see they spent more money during the COVID year. I mean, obviously, I guess prices go up with whatever, but now in 2021, this was the wording. So it was overtime funds for officers to conduct party patrols on and around the University of Idaho campus. Do you see how it says same thing, conducted with 2 officer teams in plain clothes?
Yep.
Check this out. Then we get to 2022.
I think that's what Eddie was saying the other day, is that there were 2 operations going on. One, Tesdale and Rosenthal, and then there was another one going on too. So that would make sense with what she's saying.
Well, this is just like then they talk about the success of it or whatever happened. So I want you to see this one. 2022 is the year before, because remember the fiscal year, they're still using the term in plain clothes, looking for obvious alcohol violations. And then the year of the murders, when they want to go and do this, see all this writing that they have about it. Then you go to the year of the murders, and this is all you get. The Office of Drug Policy Grant. Regular patrol officers operated campus patrols, on and off campus patrols resulted in 86. And then I said, holy shit. I was like, then what were the officers in plain clothing doing that night? Because they're trying to say that in the year of the murders, that they were not conducting plain clothing operations.
I told you guys that night, if you looked at that vehicle was parked in the White's parking lot in a position that they could see the 1122 house that night, as if they were watching that house. And I said, does this go into the fact that it was in the air, that this was going to happen that night? And were they watching that house as special duty that night? Because it was said, hey, something's going to go down at this house with these people. If they're not doing that special thing, like she said, were they sitting there watching the house because they knew something was going to happen? That's been my opinion on this for a while, because of the position they were in. They were sitting in the Whites and parked in a spot where they could look to the right and see that house from right there. And every time they would leave and go circle wherever they were going, they came right back to that same spot. I think they were watching the house, purposely watching the house, because they heard something was going to happen. Somebody put them onto it. And they may have used what she's talking about here as their excuse to bring them on special. Because if you remember, I think it was Tesdale or Rosenthal. Tesdale, I think, said it in his report. It was a special assignment, special duty. But there was no clarification as to what it was. All they did was say that it was for looking for underage drinkers. Something's wrong with that. I'm sorry. It just doesn't line up for me. It doesn't line up. So I think they were. I think they were literally watching the house or the walkway. I mean, to the house. Either way, I think you could see that house though. Look out for what, Kim? What's wrong? Why did you say look out?
They were keeping a lookout.
So yeah. I thought she was like, look out, Diego. No, look out. Yeah, no, I got you. Could have been that too. It could have been that. Were they brought in to what, yeah. No, that's a good point. That's a good one, Kim. Very good point. Let her stay with the rest of what she was. You can tell on her face what she's thinking before she even says it. No, if you know her at all, you know where she's going. So.
That's so wild. And we know they are, obviously, as we've not only seen the Banfield body cam, but there are parents. I think it's Steve G actually that says they were literally filming near the house, getting minors in possession.
So there, in turn, I have to go back and say that I've thought this too. The Banfield stop, I think that's probably where they're going. I didn't get to watch this entire video, but was the Banfield stop a distraction? You can hear screaming in the background of it. Any thoughts? Anybody? Was it a distraction to distract these guys from being able to see what's going on with this house?
I don't know what it was, but all I know is when people started asking questions about it, they sure shut down the questions pretty quick, and didn't make any attempt to actually ask those guys what they were doing there.
And they were never questioned after the fact, Jesse. They
Well, that's
were
what
never.
I mean.
Yeah. So
No
yeah,
proper
you're right.
investigation into that.
No, they never went back and questioned them like they did everybody else. And Dave, remember Dave saying Dave was asked, did they, you know, if they questioned you or this or that and other? No, nobody was. Nobody was questioned on any of this. You gotta wonder why. Just saying. It's kind of interesting to me. It absolutely looks exactly like what that was. That the Banfield was a distraction. Then you got these other people that run from the direction of that area, heading away from there. You know, is that another part of the distraction? Maybe. All right, Krista. Thank you for being here.
When this was about to go on, meaning the murders. Do you remember that interview?
Yeah, and I'm just like, when you read this, it's like, why all of a sudden are you only putting two sentences in? And you're, and let's be clear about this. Why are you stopping somebody with a sign? What does that have to do with a goddamn thing about pulling? Those two officers were, again, that stupid sign. And I'm just like,
so much weird stuff that happened.
What
like,
She's talking about Hayden Villa, the long-haired dude had the Dutch Brothers coffee sweater on. Him and his buddy they left from that area, went to the other side of the campus, and stopped them for picking up a street sign or some shit like that, which is a strange situation too.
Doesn't that guy appear on several videos?
Yeah.
Is that the orange and black patterned sweater, long
Brown.
hair? And
yeah, it's tan and brown. I have two of them actually that were sent to me. Yeah, that's who you're talking about. Long hair. He was at the grub truck too.
Yeah, the grub truck, and he was hugging Maddie or something like that. Didn't he?
Well, that got one girl
and
yeah,
hug one of them. And there's also another video of him getting pulled over on the way out of town by a cop who's really super friendly with him, acting like they're long lost buddies.
Absolutely.
And he seems to be way too involved in stuff.
Yeah, his name is Hayden Villa, like Bob Villa, Villa.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same. I think he was talking to Joe Badeau that night, the heavyset dipshit that was at the grub truck. That's who I think he was talking to with that before Showalter was. So, yeah, same guy. All right, let me get her through this point here.
the hell? It just doesn't make any sense. But we're about to find out.
Yeah,
we're about to find out because they said that they reimburse. What was it? Something like that year of the murders. It just said, budget includes ODP grant, Partnership for Success, and it was $6,700, and all they spent says, very interesting how MPD completely rewords the description of ODP grant. No mentions of officers conducting patrols in plain clothing. They even now state regular patrol officers were doing this. And in the same fiscal year, Officer of the Year is Corporal Brett Payne. And that's when they say he was chosen for his massive role in the quadruple homicide investigation and his excellent job overcoming all of the hurdles that led to the suspect's arrest.
He didn't do anything. He did nothing.
Wild.
He planted the sheath.
It's wild.
That's about all. That's it. He did nothing.
Because Molly clearly was describing the spiky haired dude, blondish, reddish hair. That is totally Jacob Tisdall.
Yep.
And Jacob Tisdall, she's like, yeah, he was driving a car. It was like a tan sedan. And it's just like,
yeah,
what the fuck?
But here's the question. It leads to another point that we might as well make now. Where was Rosenthal? Because when she said she saw Tisdall, She saw him and him alone in the car by himself. Okay. Where was Rosie at? Was he in the house at that time? Was he hanging out with somebody he knew in the house? Was he talking to somebody in the house? And again, takes me back to could Kaylee have been on the ground floor in the office having a conversation with somebody or something else? Meeting up with somebody.
I think there was a lot of things going on in that room that weren't conversations, Dago.
100%.
So
Go ahead, Moto.
we've said that we can put Molly and we can put Rosenthal. Is it Rosenthal or is it Tisdale?
Tisdale was driving. Rosenthal was the one that was not in the car.
Okay, so we can put Molly there. We can put Tisdale at the house. We don't know where Rosenthal is.
Right.
Okay. We know Molly is walking around. When Molly first gets there, she gets out of the truck. Is she actually talking to Rosenthal? And then Rosenthal's just pure speculation.
Absolutely.
Is Molly and Rosenthal, or is Rosenthal saying to Molly, Molly, you're my CI. I need you to walk down the street. I need you to look for door cams. I need you to look around the house. I need you to see if there's anybody in the house that can see what I'm doing right now.
That would make perfect sense, bro. It could, because he's at the band stop, or at the Banfield stop, him and Tisdale together. Then they move into the patrol area, and then he's gone. Where does he go? And if you look at the timetable with this, it lines how him and Molly should have interacted. At some point, they should have interacted, okay? And all that's claimed is that he saw taillights to a car and 3 or 4 people walking towards that house. And then we see that she's walking down the road looking around for maybe cameras. And I've told you guys, I know for a fucking fact that there's 3 cameras that have not been labeled yet, that have not been put out yet. There's 3 cameras on the backside area of the white apartments. There's one on the whites, there's one in the middle, and there's one on the corner. Those cameras have disappeared. Jules asked for any other footage besides 1112. They say it doesn't exist. I asked for it. They said it doesn't exist. Steve Gonsalves states, and again, we have to take everything with salt with him. I get it, but it's just ironic to me. He states that there's other footage out there that nobody's ever seen, and so does Chris Whitcomb. I'm telling you, there were cameras there.
And then you have to think, so also that night, there was a statement made by a retired police officer that lived on Indian Hills, and he witnessed across the street, he witnessed a spiky blonde-haired guy in a similar car to what was mentioned, putting something in the trunk. I don't know if it was in the trunk or the exact details about the statement, but it's essentially, I mean, all the small details aside, that's essentially what was happening.
No, of course.
And it just happens to be a blonde guy with spiky hair. Again, same with Molly.
Convenient,
blonde
isn't it?
guy, spiky hair.
Again, very convenient, isn't it?
And then to beat it with a dead horse when they're doing the crime scene reenactment, whatever car they were using to go around that corner looked exactly like the car that was seen in the black and white footage.
It was one of those. It was one of the same. It was the same vehicle. I'm just going to say what I'm going to say. It was the same damn vehicle. They said Brett Payne used one of their. I can't remember how they worded it, but that's the damn car. That's the car right there.
This is what gets me about Brett Payne. Okay, I know everybody has bad feelings about the guy. Okay, so he was a rookie cop. Obviously, he wanted this. He wanted to be this detective. He wanted this. Did he not?
Sure.
Okay, let's go with it then. He wanted to be this detective. He wanted to try. I honestly think he was trying to be a detective, because if he wasn't trying to be a detective, he was just trying to clear this stuff up. He's the one that makes all the statements about the undercover police car. He's the one pointing this out in all of his statements. He's the one that's using the undercover car in that recreation video. That's his decision.
Of course, he's the lead
detective. They could have rented an Elantra of whatever year they wanted.
Yeah,
to do the reenactment, but instead he chose to use the undercover car. He
Agreed.
decided to use that undercover car, park it underneath those street lights to see
Right.
if it would
Right.
match the same shade of car that Molly saw.
Right.
And he confirmed that.
I can agree. I
Right?
can agree. That's a very good point.
I'm not sticking up. I'm just pointing out the facts. I'm not saying I'm team Payne.
I know what
whatever.
you. Yeah, I know what you
I'm
mean. You're
Just
good.
kind of laying that side of, like, you got to
You're
look at it from in everybody else's shoes, right?
you have to look at it from every angle. I fully agree. In fact, I'll show you something real quick, you guys. But let me find it. I even took nope, shit, that's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, look, I even took if I can get there. Hold on. Where the hell did it go? What the shit happened here? Hold on a minute. I'm sorry, you guys. 1 second. Look. Oh, hold on. It could have worked for me. Sorry. Give me a minute. I don't know. I'm struggling with this. Right
I got
now.
to step down. My back is killing me. But before I go, I just want
Yes,
to say
sir.
one thing. Sometime in the near future, I think it might be worth just viewing a little clip of that Neeks Peaks video, because when she discusses the
I
hearing
planned on it.
where Bryan waived his right to a speedy trial, the
Yeah.
description of that blew my mind. I must have missed it or forgot about. It was a long time ago, and it might not have seemed as significant now then than it does now, but hearing it again, I'd love to look at that
Molly's
footage again, because it blew my mind.
Sure.
Hearing about it.
Sure. No, I was gonna get into that too.
But yeah, my back's killing me. Too much hard chair. I'm gonna retire to the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
No worries.
Have a good night, Jesse.
You got to get a better chair, Jess.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here. If I can get this to come back up now. Here we go. Okay. So I was gonna say I even took him out one day. I took Payne out one day to try to find the right Elantra he could use for that, and he was pointing out different ones. So, I mean, it is what it is, guys. Just saying. I tried it. I'm sorry. I had to throw that in there just because it was there.
Is that what he's getting for his first car, or what?
I think so. It would work. But yeah, me and him went looking. He was like, I like that one. That would be perfect. But then he ended up using that other car. So, just saying. Anyway, I had to throw that in. Sorry. Don't hate me. Anyway, but yeah, that is a very interesting point with that whole situation that we were talking about there. I just threw myself off. But yeah, I was gonna move actually forward. Jesse left a little too soon into the next portion of what I was gonna talk about. That other video I thought was very interesting. I can't go through the whole thing. It's a very long video, but we were gonna bring up the leak, talk about that, and some other things as well. So, also, I had where's it at? Give me 1 minute here. And guys, make sure you go watch the rest of that video with Lana and Birdie. It was a really good one. Truly and honestly, you're missing out if you don't watch it. So please make sure you do.
I apologize, Dago. I kind of got off topic.
Oh no. Don't apologize at all. This is why we do this stuff. It doesn't matter. Whatever the conversation ends up being is always important, no matter what it is. So it's just it's fine, dude. You don't have to apologize. In one form or another, we're still talking about the same stuff. Period. So
it would be nice to do a Delphi night, though. That'd be all right.
It's coming. I already have that actually written down as something that we need to update that too.
There's a really old video that'd be neat to go over. It's actually no one's gonna like it, but It's actually an interview that Gray Hughes did with Kelsey German.
Yeah,
And
I remember that.
if you listen to what Gray Hughes and Kelsey German are discussing, and when Kelsey starts talking about what she was doing after she dropped off the girls, there were some really key points that actually line up exactly when that phone, when someone sticks something in the headphone jack of that phone.
Right.
There's certain points that she's explaining that line up perfectly with it, and that's what's always convinced me that she's guilty.
There's something a lot of people think that Kelsey. Yeah, I've had that brought to me a lot, and it's just weird. It's so weird and very ironic. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've never gone that direction, but I see the points that are made because they're right in your face. You can't ignore them. You just can't. So 100% I agree with that. And I can see exactly what you mean is what I'm saying. 100%, my friend. All right. So this is important too because I've had requests for this. Want to do this today? Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Written dreams. Absolutely. We're going to get into Delphi coming up soon. I wanted to get through this stuff because there's always this stuff coming, and being asked for. So, but it's coming because we need to touch on some other stuff, guys. We really do. Okay. Let me see here. I think tomorrow we're going to do that. We'll do that tomorrow. Because there's too much of that. With the conclusion, Travesty Logic did a part 4 video, and then the conclusion to it, and post review, conclusion on that. So we'll go into that tomorrow.
Did you ever manage to get an interview with him or speak to him at all about it, or?
Not yet. Mike is working on that, from my understanding. We'll get to that point at some point.
When you start in the conspiracy channel, I'm pretty excited about that.
Soon. I'm working on the intro and stuff for it right now. I already got my logo set up and all that stuff, so it's coming soon. I'm looking forward to it myself. So hang on tight because it's coming. I live south of you near Wright Patterson. It's getting a loud posse. Oh yeah. There's always something going on up there. SRB knows all about Wright Patterson. She's fairly close to there too. So, is it now? I did not know that. Well, shoot. Hold on 1 minute, you guys. And I did see you, Stitches, after you came in. It's great to see you here. I appreciate you. All right, 1 minute. Well, now that caught my attention, 1 second. I got to do this real quick, you guys. Here you go, Stitches.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
1 minute. And as always, as I do for everybody, corny as it is, here you go. Make a wish and blow them. Oh, all right. There's your cake. Are you kidding me? Is there another one in here? Is it True Seeker's birthday too? Maybe not. Maybe. Oh my God. Yes, it is. All right. 1 second. Hold on. You guys try to hide this stuff from me. It doesn't work very well, does it? Bear with me, Moto. Let me see. All right, here you go. True Seeker.
Hi. We heard it's your birthday. So we wrote you a song. It goes like this. It's your birthday, we make you feel right. We get to groove on and party all night. 'Cause it's your birthday, you didn't tell us, but we still got together all the fellas. Well, where are all the fellas? You're getting old. Is that a bold spot, even though you've grown? We think you're still hot. It's your birthday, we make you feel right. We get to groove on body all night. 'Cause it's your birthday, you didn't tell us, but we still got to get you're still hot. But that kind of sucked. Yeah, it did. I think we gotta bring out the big guns.
It's just so creepy.
It is your birthday today. We're gonna party till the dark night goes away. It's your birthday.
Yeah, that's fucking scary.
This stuff for nightmares, guys. This stuff for nightmares. I have so many of these. Sorry. I gotta play some funny ones at times. That one's creepy as shit though.
Yeah, that is creepy as shit.
Like truly and honestly will cause nightmares in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping tonight.
And hold on a minute. And of course, you get your own cake as well. It was so creepy. I agree. Funny but creepy. Creepy but funny. That's what I was trying to say.
Dago, how long has Truth Seeker been a member
There
of
you
your
go.
channel?
I swear it's been quite a long time.
Well, for someone loyal like that, you should actually sing along.
Oh no.
Why?
No.
Why not?
I don't do the singing thing.
No, come on.
My son could do it. If he was here, he would for sure. I can't sing like that, guys. I'll scare everybody away. Come on now. Is True Seeker even in here? I don't see her. Either way, happy birthday to you both. We appreciate you guys very much and love you so very much. She's been here a couple of years. I agree. If not 3-4 years, to be honest with you. One of these days, you might get me to sing something. I probably have to be on something to do it. I just don't. I don't
I'm
do
sure
it
people
anymore.
would send you money for the alcohol.
Yeah, right. If I still drank, oh my God, I'd probably be up and dancing and everything for you guys. But no, I was quite entertaining. I was for sure.
Do some Rocky Horror Picture Show shit.
Oh yeah, there you go. What the hell happened here? What the hell happened to my camera? Hold on. That was weird. Okay. Well, I hope you guys will have an amazing day. Probably going on 4 years. I know it's been a long time. So yeah, long time. Well, we appreciate you guys. We love you very much. And truly and honestly, you for being here and supporting us as long as you guys have. We do really, truly and honestly appreciate you. Um, what's that? Born to be Wild Welcome says, I literally just came in and subscribed and saw Susan Boyle crossed with a weirdo. I can only assume it's a birthday. Laugh, happy birthday, True Seeker and Stitches. There you go. Thank you and amen. Yeah, we love you guys and appreciate your birthdays. They have to be celebrated no matter what. You're part of this community. It happens. Welcome, Fizzy. I hope you guys have an amazing day and even better year leading up to this time next year. We can do this all again. Thank you guys for being here. We do appreciate you very much.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Dago.
Thank you. I do appreciate that too. Very much so. Very much so. I do the best I can. I know I'm not the greatest out here, but I do try to get. I do try
Well,
to.
you've created yourself quite a good community here. I mean, you got great mods. You have great loyal members. You have, you're getting new subs all the time.
Yes.
So I mean, you're doing something right.
The community is amazing. I kid. There's no doubt. The people in here are the best on YouTube, as far as I'm concerned. The moderators, I have the very best on YouTube. So I'm lucky enough, in my opinion, to have the best community. Period, as far as I'm concerned on YouTube. I'm not saying nobody else does, but a lot of us share communities as well. So all of you guys are absolutely amazing.
I mean, I can't think of many other channels. I mean, there's a couple, but not a lot of other channels just let your people come up here and speak, or you give them an opportunity to have a voice, which is
absolutely. That's what it's all about.
Yeah,
that is truly what it's all about. Because when I first started YouTube, I was in probably 4 or 5 different channels, and I noticed that none of the channels I was in, the creator never spoke to the chats, and I was like, we're here. I mean, you're constantly throwing out comments and trying to get somebody to see it and talk to you and interact with you, and they just don't do it. And I said, you know what? I decided I was going to start the channel, move my channel over here and start my own thing into the true crime stuff. And I said, that's the one thing I'm always going to do that it always drove me nuts that they never did was make sure to talk to and interact with everybody because you never know if the person you're talking to, if you're going to be the only person they see and talk to that day. That's important. Okay. What if it is their birthday and nobody else around them and they don't have anybody else and there's nobody else to tell them happy birthday or to celebrate their birthday in that sense? That's important to me. The people are important to me. The people don't, and some of these creators just don't get it, dude. Like they don't realize that if it wasn't for the people that are in here, they wouldn't have a fucking channel. And that makes me sick. It does. So that's why I became the channel that I was. Or that I am.
I remember when I was younger, I was in college and I was hanging around with this guy, and he's one of these friendly people. Walk into a place, he'd just talk to anybody. And
Right.
sometimes, like at that point in my life, I get kind of embarrassed, right? And
Sure.
he'd be calling every girl behind the cashier cute, pretty, whatever. I said, "Why are you doing that, man?" And you know what he said to me? He said, "You know what? If it puts a smile on their face and they laugh a little bit, you might have just made somebody's day that was having a shitty day." And
Amen.
I thought about that, and I'm like, you know what? That's right. That's pretty good.
Absolutely. That is absolutely the way I feel about it. That's why I do stupid things and say dumb things and act goofy and just make myself look like a fool because and I promote as much positivity as I can because first off, this is like a horrible setting and it's horrible stuff. Okay. So if I can make somebody smile or if I can be the one that says hi to somebody that hasn't spoken to anybody for days, you know, that's why I try to make sure I'm in here at least once a day. Because if there are people out there, believe this or not, that don't see anybody, that don't talk to anybody except for us, that's very important to me because that's horrifying to me that there's nobody out there to be with these people, to talk to these people, just to say hi. That's just a horrible thought to me. So I will
Yeah.
always do it the way I've had people come in and complain because I take too long to say hi to everybody and do this and do that. And I'm like, oh, sorry, it's never going to change. So it blows my mind, dude. So I was lucky enough, in my opinion, to bring the like-minded people to this community that actually care about other people, and they're just drawn to this community, and I love that. That's the whole point. Um, and I will always do that. If it's the last thing I do on this channel, I will always do that. And when I'm gone, if something were to happen to me, it's already known that this channel will be transferred over to Mama Bear, and she will continue on along with the same moderators doing the same things until it just can't happen again. That is why and how it will be, period. Because there has to be I may not be the only one that does it, but I know there's others that have learned things from me that have started doing things that I do, all that kind of stuff. But there has to be at least one channel that cares 100% about the people that come into that channel. That's just how I feel. So, and when people disappear from our Discord and stuff for a while, and I don't see them in the chat, I go looking for them. Are you okay? Everything on? That's what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm rambling, but go ahead.
No, I was listening. But no, again, it's like I said, you can't go to Lana's channel and expect to get up there and talk with her personally or have a debate. And it doesn't
Right.
just have to be. It can be anybody because that there's millions of people. Millions of people have millions of opinions, and you know what? It could just be that one random opinion, even if the person is whatever. It could that people come from many different walks of life.
Yes.
And it could just be that one thing that someone says that sparks something, and before you know it, maybe we'll solve something one day.
Amen. That's 100% right. That's why I give that platform for you guys to come up here. For those of you that are comfortable with it, it's always open for you to come and voice your opinions because typing is typing. I get it. Okay. But there's no emotion behind typing. That's one thing I've always stated. My mods will tell you I hate typing and texting. I just do. That's why I give. Not many places do it. I'm not saying I'm the best channel, guys. I'm not saying that I'm the greatest of all time because I do this kind of stuff, okay? I love Lana. I love all the Jules and a lot of these other creators. I have full respect and support for them. They just don't do it that way. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? They do amazing things.
I hid behind my keyboard and my monitor and everything in my phone for 3 years.
Right.
Before I got the courage to come up here and talk. Now that I've done it a couple times, I can go to another channel and I'm not nervous anymore.
I've done it a lot. A lot of people, as it's been stated, I've broken, and this sounds a little vulgar, but it's what it's been stated. I've broken a lot of people's panel cherries, folks. It's facts are facts. And I'm
You're a
okay
little
with
whore.
that. Yes, I know, I get it. Thank you so much, Michelle, for that membership. I can't see who got it, but congrats and welcome to the sauce. And so very much appreciate, Michelle. That's very awesome of you. But I have no problem doing that. A lot of Eddie, for instance, would never come up here. It took me 3 months, and eventually he decided, yes, I'll do it. And you see how he is with it now. Same with you. You just said that, and many, many, many other people, because it's not a big deal. Like, and who cares what people think of you? Okay, come up here, voice your opinion, speak your mind, and be who you are, and allow people to realize that that's who you are. That's how I see it, and that's why I see it that way. I was afraid of
My
it.
fear is you say that one dumb thing because listen, I can't control what comes out of my mouth
Sure,
half the time.
sure,
It's like that one little clickbait thing you might say, and if it goes viral and it's bad, that's going to be a very bad thing.
right.
That's what I'm scared of.
I don't even care, bro. I've never cared because 3 months, when I first started this, I stayed like this, and I talked and talked and talked and talked and talked and talked. But there's no emotion behind this either. And if you know this because you come up here a lot. I'm a
Yeah.
very animated person. I make animated faces about things, so on and so forth, and it shows my true feelings about things.
I'm
So,
one of those people who talk with my hands,
I,
and
as
I'm just
yeah,
I've always been animated with the way that I communicate with people.
yes, yeah, same here. That's an Italian thing, as far as I'm concerned. I've been doing that my whole life, but yeah. And that's what it is. I want this to be comfortable for people. I want this place to be home for people, to feel like when they're here that they're safe. They're in a place where they can be themselves. They can breathe. They don't have to be worried about being judged. That's why I push that so often. That everybody can have their own specific opinions and feelings on things without somebody going for their throat. Because in a lot of channels that does happen. I've seen it. I've been the one that's had my throat gone for. So again, just saying that's why we do things the way we do. Um, and yes, thank you, SRB. That is our additional channel that's coming out, Cafe Conspiracy, very soon. I can't wait for that. I am super excited for that. As soon as I get everything finished with it and I have the intro done for it and everything, we will be jumping right into it, guys. Truly and honestly, I can't wait. I hope so. I appreciate that, Cruddy, very much. I don't like to get jump scared, but it happens a lot, Miss Kim. They like to scare the shit out of me. They all do it to me too because I'm so edgy because of my ADHD. I'm constantly, moving, 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 and then boom. My wife just did it to me too. Anyway, Senior does have a great channel too, guys. Go check him out if you have not yet done it. And Scully, thank you very much, guys. But anyway, that's a little story. We got way off track on that. My apologies. But happy birthday to both of you or anybody that is having a birthday. I hope it's an amazing day, and I hope it's an amazing year for you guys. So very much.
So Dago, we never really got to your point. Who do you think arranged or posed the bodies?
Say that one more time.
We never really heard your thoughts or views on it, but how do you think the bodies were posed or arranged, or who do you think did that?
I don't believe I believe it was the people that committed the murders. Okay, I don't think somebody else came in later and did it. I don't believe that. I think it had to do with whoever the murderers were. They did it, and I think it was to send a message. Honestly, I think it was to send a message. And what is that message is what I was talking about today. With any thoughts on it, I give you a little bit of a background on why posing happens and how often it happens and stuff like that. 1 second. Sorry. All right, sorry about that. My son just walked in. So anyway, so That's kind of what I think. I think whoever committed the murders is who posed them. I think again it was a message to either to investigators or to everybody that heard about it or knew about it, and it's supposed to tell. It should have told who did this possibly, but nobody's caught on to it unless they've hidden certain things. Now here's my other question, because we never saw the bodies the way they absolutely were if they were posed. So we could be told one thing when it was actually something else. And that could be being hid from us because think about this for a minute. They could be leaving that out on purpose because that would tell us an answer to something that they don't want us to know. There could be something within the posing if that's the way it happened that would give the answer to everything.
So, I mean, my ultimate question throughout this entire case, the one thing that I've questioned the most is after so long, after him being incarcerated, all of this stuff, why hide the details?
Right.
Ultimately, it goes right down to that. Why hide the details of the crime? And I've always personally believed, a lot of people don't agree with it, which is fine. But I've always honestly thought the reason why they've never released the details is because they don't want to give anything out because the investigation hasn't came to completion.
Yeah. Right. That's a good point.
Because if they eventually do find somebody that may truly actually fit the crime, that person will answer those questions.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
right?
a good point. Yes,
and if they keep
very
them
good point.
if they keep everything secret and that person answers specific questions, then they know they have the right person.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, and I fully agree with that, Stitches, that Ellie does know who did this. I think they've known from the beginning. And for whatever reason, and it's got to be something important. It's got to be something serious, which is why everything's been buried on this, why everything's been hidden. And again, we were told that there were postmortem injuries. Chris Wickham said there were signature injuries. Let's see. Then we're told that there's posing done to the bodies. These things are important. I've been telling you guys for a long time now. I believe personally that the small things, the little details are absolutely huge in this, in my opinion. Congrats, Tomboy. Happy day anniversary. 32 months plus 12. We know. They always screw it up. Thank you again. This is what I'm talking about. People that have been here this long, that means something to me. That says something to me that people have been with this community for as long as they have. That means everything in the world to me. So thank you so much, Tomboy, for being part of our family and part of this team. It is very much appreciated. You know we love you, and congrats again and happy day anniversary. Common sense, welcome. Good morning to you. So there again, like I said, all we're told, truly and honestly, think about it. All we've ever been told is what they want to tell us. Okay, they may give us little bits and pieces of things, but I don't think they've ever given us the full truth about anything. So we were told that the posing thing, back, with that Maddie was posed that way and they were posing and cuddling. Is that true? We don't know. It could be something completely different. And I'm telling you, if it's something posing to me, as it's stated, what I read to you and so on, there's a couple other reasons, but it's to send a message. Okay. And I'm not beyond believing that however they found those bodies probably could tell the entire story just by the way they were posed. There could have been more to it, and they're withholding that from us, as I believe they would, so that we don't figure it out, because it could be something that simple. You could look at this, and you know what I mean by this. It could be a specific pose with different things with the signature wounds, and every bit of that could tell the entire story as to who did this and why. But they're not telling us, and in my opinion, because that would be the answer right there. And it would lead to something that's so much bigger that they have to protect or hide. And that's why we're getting the things we're getting. That's all I'm saying with that, folks, if that makes any sense.
So what's interesting about the whole posing thing? So it changes a lot of the crime scene that happens upstairs. So if you were to lift somebody, bring them up the stairs, whatever, bring them into the room, put them onto the bed, if you were going to pose them, first of all, you need to put the bodies in a different position before you start posing them.
Sure.
You need to start manipulating them, right?
Yes.
So you need to set one body off aside, probably up against a wall to give room for the person that you're going to start messing with.
Sure.
Okay, I know this is deranged as fuck, but
No,
anyways,
you're good.
so you pose the first body, you have the other body leaning up against the wall. That's why you see the splotch of blood from Kaylee's head on the wall.
It would make perfect sense. It absolutely
Right?
would.
Because
Yes.
you're putting her out of the way.
Would make sense. It does make
Right?
sense.
So you do that. Anyways, you put Maddie back down. You put Kaylee down. Now, first of all, Kaylee would be in an initial position. She'd probably be laying on her side.
Yeah.
And then once you start moving her body, she would change her position. Hence why there's blood pooled in a different part of the bed than where her head ended up being.
Absolutely. It's obvious. And then like I said, you have the Consalvas telling us she was sitting up in the corner. We see that it's obvious that she was moved, like you just explained, okay? She was not in the same position she was found, in my opinion. There's no way. Okay. You can look at the pillow, the blood pooling on the pillow tells its own story. You can tell she was moved based on my own personal experience working at EMS. I know what bodies can do in certain things. You know what I'm saying? Bleeding, how it looks, stuff like that. You can look at things and go, that's not right. Based on what we know and the knowledge. But there again, like I said, I think there's other things with this, and I have no doubt in my mind that they're withholding even more. I think they told us just a tinge of the story to give us enough to shut up and be happy. And the bigger part to the truth of it is in the background. And I don't doubt at all that there's more to the posing and the signature wounds possibly than what we've been told, just to keep the truth from us still. That's
I've
my
often
opinion.
wondered if the heads were even attached.
Well, that was stated early on, you guys. If you remember, early on with this, there was a lot of wild stories being told that people were like their intestines were pulled out and hung from different apparatuses in the bedrooms and all sorts of wild ass crazy things. I never followed any of that. Okay, I tried to stick to as much of the possible truth that we can get, but we don't know that. We don't know if somebody was possibly decapitated. Depending on what I believe, weapons were used. I've stated it probably 300 times now. I truly believe that this is one of the main weapons that was used, and you know what damage this thing can do, okay? I don't believe a K-bar did all that. There's no way. And knowing what this is and how the reach on this, the depth that you can get with this thing, I believe it was used. And you could do some serious damage with that. You could cut through somebody pretty deeply. You could decapitate somebody with that. You could make the certain clavicle wounds and stuff. I mean, all these things can happen very simply with something like that. Okay.
I used to use one of those cutting line for surveying. So we used to survey through the bush. You'd have to cut a line so you can actually shoot your points, right? So what I would go ahead, I'd trim the line, and you don't have to use a lot of force. You just have one smooth motion, and you can go right through, probably a tree like this thick.
Yep. If you use it, we use it when I used to be a lineman when I did cable, and I would put up drop lines and stuff like that. And I had one for that reason. That's what this one actually was, because the end of it, the one side of it has the serrated side because you can saw through branches, and it helps you to cut through like weeds and stuff. Because up on top of those lines, that stuff overgrows and you get ivy and stuff, and it's easier just to whack through it, chop it, move it, and go back to what you're doing. So yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And that would slice through an arm or anything like pretty damn quick.
That's the thing is I have in my garage, I have a grinding wheel. That's how I sharpen my stuff. Sharp as a razor, folks. No lie. That's all it takes. Anybody that owns something.
The length too, you're distancing yourself from the person, and the handle on those is so substantial that you're not going to slip. You're likely not going to, your hand's not going to slide up towards the blade.
And that's what I'm saying. There's a big rubber grip on this. And if you do, there's like a nice stop there at the hilt. Okay. It's long and you could be back behind somebody a good distance swinging this at somebody and cause a massive damage, folks. No lie. So that's something I've said. You could be chasing somebody 2 feet behind them and still hit them. You know what I'm saying? And cause serious damage. And then you get up on them. God knows what you can do. And if you look at the bedroom in Jana's room, the mattress, the big gouges in the mattresses and stuff looks just like the blade on that. Again,
Well, what about that blade that they were using to slice through those watermelons?
that's what this is. That's exactly what I have right here is a machete. Absolutely. You are
And
right.
guess what house that was taking?
1112. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exact. 100%. 1112. Absolutely. So, and again, a 7-inch by 1.5-inch blade is not going to do the damage we've seen, in my opinion. There's more than one. It may help slightly, but this thing is going to do a lot of damage in a short period of time to a lot of people, possibly. I'm just saying. Nobody.
I do have to jump down though, Dago. My wife's
Yeah,
getting
you're
home
good.
here shortly, and
No,
I got to
you're good.
take off.
Do your thing. I appreciate you as always. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon, bro.
Have a good night, everyone.
You too. So again, the K-bar could be used, or a knife like the K-bar could be used, but you're only gonna do so much damage with it. Remember that. So, that's all I was saying. All right. So where are we at now? The leak video review. Need to do it. Carrie's Gold. Good to see you. Yeah, I've got multiple weapons in my house: knives, machetes, skinning knives, fishing knives, guns, all sorts of things. I have them all. Just how I was raised. And where I live at, guys, it's kind of a thing. So, all right, moving on. By the way, thank you to. Okay, it's anonymous. Thank you to whoever donated to support us that way. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Never ever expected, but always, always appreciate it. God bless. Yes, thank you there again. Appreciate that so very much. I think it was PayPal. PayPal. Thank you. Yes, PayPal. Sorry. I need my glasses. God bless. Never expected, always appreciated. It definitely helps when it comes down to bills and stuff, guys. You're amazing. Thank you. Okay. Now this is something else that was requested. A couple people requested it as a video to go over as well. 1 minute. There we go. What's up, buddy bear?
What's happening, Diggs?
Going on, bud? You're black and white tonight, huh?
Yes, desaturated myself today.
Sucked all the color out. I got you. What is that thing moving and all them lights in the background? What is that?
That's one of those like drum machine things.
Oh, okay, cool. That's pretty wild looking.
Hold on, I got the YouTube open still. So,
You're good. You're good.
Up on up. Yeah, I've been listening to the show here, trying to rest up. Feels like my heart and lungs are bruised from the accident the other day. I don't know if you know, I totaled my Elantra.
Nope.
On Friday morning. Yeah.
You all right?
I'm okay. Looks like the car's totaled though, and unfortunately, I was running on PIP only, so we're working to see what I can do to get a car again here.
Oh yeah, because that's
one
kind
step
of
at a time.
Your livelihood, isn't it?
It is, and let me look at the chat too. But yeah, when you guys were talking, it's on my mind.
Sure.
When you guys were talking about DoorDash and Molly and everything, one thing that was a great dissertation and great look by Lana and Bertie there.
Yeah.
Really, really great stuff, obviously. But yeah, thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was pretty tragic day. You know,
I'm glad you're okay, bro. For real, seriously.
yeah, it's a nightmare. Anyway, with as far as Molly goes, the first thing that I didn't see mentioned. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate it. Is the fact that she says that the order was late or something like that, and she had to go back to Jack in the Box and have them remake the order. Now, once these stores, and I did DoorDash before I did the ride, and
right.
I can tell you for a fact that if they've thrown something away, I appreciate it. That means that they've shut down the grills for the night.
Right.
And they're not gonna turn them back on to remake 4 orders for you. It's just not that. Whether you're door dashing, whether you're a customer, a lot of times you'll get there 5 minutes before they're supposed to be closed, and they'll say, "Sorry, we're closed for the night. That's it." There's no two ways about it.
Now they cancel your order because I've had that where I like McDonald's breakfast sandwiches. I don't care much for the rest of their food, and I've been late a couple times trying to order that shit by like 10 minutes, and the DoorDasher will go there and then send me a message, and there's like they just said you can get lunch, but they're not doing the breakfast thing. What do you want to do? And that's it. You're done. So they don't change up their lifestyle for yours. That's a fact. Absolutely.
And the second thing that I find really important is, you guys were talking about how, I love the McDonald's breakfast. I like the big breakfast. Apparently, it's their most high-calorie meal that they serve. Which
the worst thing you can get, right.
But another thing about the DoorDash thing is you guys mentioned that she wasn't going to report this. They had to go and find her. Is that right?
That's absolutely. Welcome, Travis. Good to see you, brother, again. Guys, make sure you drop Travis's link in the chat. You guys make sure you jump over to Travis T. Logic. He is the one that did the statement analysis on Dylan and did an amazing job, as we all saw.
Really enjoyed that, Travis. Thank you for that. That is one hell of a program.
We do absolutely. Yeah, we appreciate you, brother, so very much.
Did we ever figure out what his background really wasn't anything? He's just got this what do you call it? Ability, natural ability. I'm trying to think of the word. Starts with
he said he studied it pretty hardcore, but he didn't. He claimed he wasn't an expert, but he did an amazing job. So I'll give you right now. You're an expert in my mind, brother, and I appreciate you. I'm glad you're out here. It's a great resource for us to have out here, and I can't wait to have you join me to have a discussion soon. So yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm glad you're. I'm glad your wife pushed you into doing that. Anyway, so yeah, with the DoorDash, the thing is they had the bag on the counter, right? And Dana and all this.
Yeah, the one that was written with her name on it, right?
So basically, from that, they should have been able to contact the company and consider what type of investigation it is. The company should have 100% complied with whatever requests they had. Furthermore, on that, now that we have the actual driver, we can go in and ask for specific metrics on where she was that night, because the second you click onto that app, where's my phone here? I'll show you guys the DoorDash app. She was doing DoorDash, right? Is that it? Not Uber, right? So
it was DoorDash, yeah.
Let's see. I haven't done DoorDash in forever.
I looked into it a little bit too when it first started going down. So
where is it? So yeah. Anyway, my point being is the second that you clock on to that app, even when you open it, they are already tracking you because you've given your permission once that app is open for them to see every step of the way that you're going. Where's DoorDash?
Yeah, right. Yeah, and you can on the app you can follow every bit of it. You can have full contact with the driver once they take the order, everything. So yeah, 100%.
Oh, there it is. I found it. All right. Let me turn. Hold on. Let me
Yep. Black
fuss
and white.
with this black and white. Yeah.
You're good.
Oh, it's under visual effects, right? Here. And it's like the Wizard of Oz. Ah, there it is.
Right.
All right.
I didn't know
Lions,
you could do
tigers,
that.
and bears. Oh my. Okay, so once you open the DoorDash app, this is my Clearwater
All right.
Largo area right there. Sorry, it's a little blurry.
Sorry.
But okay, so you go and then you press dash, like, so you now I'm dashing right now. This is going to come up, and so from that second forward, oh, I got to select the time. Hold on. So here I've selected the time,
Absolutely. Yeah.
and now that's my area. They're probably going to send me a dash, and I'll just refuse it.
Right.
But that's what it looks like. And so from that second forward, the company.
Yep.
Wow, the dash orders are pretty good right now.
You sure you don't want to jump on it? Oh, you can't.
Oh yeah, funny.
Sorry. I forgot about that for a second.
It's okay. My mom's kind of in the home, you know, and she keeps going, I'm gonna buy you a new car, and it's like, Mom, she's like, just come drive over here tomorrow.
Right.
And I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Forget quickly. Right.
Yeah, real quickly. Decline offer. Let me shut this off real quick. So
Hopefully you can get something soon.
Yeah, you know what kills me is my neighbor has a really nice Toyota, just in their leather seats and everything like that, and I'm like, he passed away. It's finding me offers. I don't even remember how to undash now. Even if damn it, this is gonna take a second. There's another one. Wow, they're banging. He passed away, and so I'm trying to get a hold of the kids and see what kind of offer, because apparently cars are ridiculous right now.
They have been for a minute, yeah.
And how do I undash? I don't even remember.
You should be able to just cancel it, can't you?
I cancel. Yeah, I don't want to cancel everything. I'm at 60%, which is amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. But anyway, my point being, again, that they have a record of every inch that you've moved, and so where she was, what she was doing should be, and they never pursued those metrics from the company.
You know, adding to that, let me throw something into that too, because if you guys remember at the very beginning, like he brought up again too, we were told that the DoorDasher came in the day after and turned themselves in and said, I was the one that did this, so on and so forth. One, that's not true. They had to trap and trace to find her, and then they did, and they had to go through this whole thing to get her in there. If you remember, JLR had gone to Jack in the Box trying to figure out who this was, and he was told that it was a male. Okay, I think it was him, because him and Rory both did it. They were both told completely different stories. So Jack in the Box lied to them both, because it had nothing to do with who we were told this was. We were told it was
Rory. Yeah, right. He got two different lies. He got two different lies, right? It was weird.
Rory got two different lies, and JLR got a completely different lie. JLR was told something different completely. One of the stories was that it was a guy for Rory, and then it was a woman with long black hair. Well, Molly's got dark hair, but it ain't black. And that's where everybody came to the point where they believed that it may have been Emma Bailey, because she had DoorDashed at one point too. So there's like 15 stories with this thing, okay? They get the DoorDasher that comes in, and she tells this whole story of bullshit about this whole thing. So none of this has ever been on the up and up. None of it. Like Kane just said. And law enforcement never followed up with the metrics to find out exactly where she was, when she was, how she was, and who she was, which is a very easy thing to do. When you're law enforcement, especially with the agencies that were involved, all they got to do is contact the business and say, here, I'm with the Secret Service or whoever the hell would do it. I need this information right here and now. And they would give it to them.
Yeah, they certainly had enough three-letter agencies involved in this to get some kind of answers, right? So yeah, there's something that is very suspicious again, and it's like another oops, we're Moscow PD, we're just new at this, we slipped in it, we're sorry, you know.
Calling bullshit, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing that I guess you'd call the guilters keep saying, oh, well, you know, it's okay. They were, you know, I mean, how many times are you going to forgive them? And why I have to this day it not been pursued? You know, I mean, I guess we're not going to trial. There's no reason to get any more information, but we had 3 years there.
Yeah.
Where it should have been pulled apart.
Exactly. And I'm sure they did, Kane. They just didn't tell us any of the information. I guarantee you they did. They just didn't put any of it out there. And completely lied to everybody and said that they didn't do this and they did do that. That's my opinion. They're not going to let something like that go by. They've buried it though. They won't tell anybody a word about it. So that's
now,
my opinion.
Moving on from that fiasco, you have Gower. Okay. Now, was Gower a volunteer for the university, picking up kids and giving them little airplane bottles of alcohol as he drove them around and threatening his marriage, or was he an actual Uber driver or he was doing cash Uber? Is there a definitive answer there?
No, because we were told multiple things, and the dude first and foremost is creepy, okay, because of the things he's done. How many times did we hear that he logged out of Uber to do his own private out of pocket, you know, Uber driving or whatever you call it, every time, from my understanding, and it was only for these girls, these young girls. Okay, Jack DeCore even made a statement in his interview that he had asked Kaylee to stop using him because he made him uncomfortable. That's the problem. The guy drove through a fucking snowstorm in the middle of winter. I can't remember where he went to pick these girls up at 3:00 in the morning. Who does that for? You're not going to make a whole ton of money doing that, okay? He did it, and he did it. There's a reason behind everything everyone does, folks. Okay, and there's something off with that. There's something off. Like Kane said, he's offering them alcohol, and in my opinion, you know, a lot of these girls that he's picking up are probably already intoxicated. Here's some more. I see that, in my opinion, as I'm going to take advantage of you. That's just my opinion, you know. The guy is a creep. He's got a baby and a wife at home. He wouldn't even get up at 3 in the morning to take care of his baby, but he'll jump out of bed at 3:00 in the morning and go pick up Kaylee.
Who has his direct line, right? They've got a direct line too.
Yeah,
so they're bypassing the app, calling him. And then also his Facebook, was it his Facebook or whatever, is full of bushcraft stuff like you were just showing right there, the machetes.
The bat steady thing, yep.
The bat, I mean, just really wild, creepy stuff. And
yes, he's a creeper.
So you've looked at the thing that I was looking at it on Stoner Detective or Stoner Podcast with her.
Well, yeah, right.
The video of him from his house.
Yeah,
and I watched his comings and goings. Right now,
Logan put those out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that, Logan. And what lines up there is some of the later ones, right, where he's coming home directly after giving them a ride, right? And it looks like at one point he's kind of stumbling up to his house. It's like, you know, okay, yeah, it's late, it's whatever, you know, who that's not getting high is getting up at 3 a.m. to drive these people around.
Right.
Or drunk or whatever he's doing. I don't know. There was definitely some activity going on with that. What do you think?
I can agree. Something's not right. You know, he's the same guy. There's just a lot wrong with him, bro. There's a lot wrong with him in a lot of different ways and a lot of different reasons. I know Lana even has issues with him for other things as well. I've always had issues with this dude. He creeps me out. I think he claimed one time he picked up a couple people and claimed that he was a law enforcement officer. That's a federal offense if you're caught doing that shit. So that's a problem. You know,
in Moscow, isn't it? Because look what the guy did with the ATF jacket, walked right into the crime scene. What was driving that guy to do that? I mean, you're putting life and limb on the line to basically do what? Why
did you need to do that? Right. Thank you. What was the whole purpose behind that?
Not only the motivation, but one of the things that was said by the officers about him is that he got all the way to the bathroom or something like that, and the poor son of a bitch, I don't know if they were removing one of the bodies, but yeah, the poor son of a bitch was almost there.
Yeah. Right.
That one's confusing.
And he makes a statement stating that everybody had been double tapped. Well, we don't know what that means. So what is the point behind this? Was it just to see if you could do it? Was it something that was done on purpose? How do you get past multiple law enforcement officers when they know that, first and foremost, there was no ATF there? Why would one ATF agent be on scene for this? It makes no sense. None of it makes any sense. Things like that make zero sense to me. I'm sorry. Welcome, Kathleen. So yeah, I agree.
No, the what do you call it? The double tap thing is directly a quote from that movie Zombieland, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Which is you shoot somebody twice just in case. Yes. And with like Haley and Maddie, with the double thing. Now I have a clip, and I don't know if you've seen it or not. Let me, if you don't mind, I'll pull it up real quick.
Fine. You're fine.
It's from Miss Potts when she was on the program last.
Yeah. Okay.
And I guess StreamYard now AI is I think I can just probably. Can I just copy the link? And you play it, or should I just open it?
Just drop it back here, and I can pull it up, and
perfect,
absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Here, just right here.
I did
trigger warning. It's not real foul language. She just talks about violent stuff. Just so you guys know.
All right, hold on a minute.
It is Miss Potts after all.
Absolutely.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
No worries. All right. Let me know. Drop it back here. Okay. Hold on.
Hopefully Miss Potts is feeling better. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Wow, Annie was not feeling good, I take it?
She had a tumble down the stairs, if you remember.
Oh, shit. No, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. She was already banged up, and she was on the program. And that evening, after this clip that we're going to watch, she had a tumble down the stairs and has had quite a heck of a recovery. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope
we love the shit out of her. And I don't know what it is. I don't know that we have everything in common in life. We share a lot of definite viewpoints, but for some reason, her and I have this energy together that is just amazing. You'll see in this clip.
She's awesome. I love it.
And this has Scully in it also as well.
Absolutely. Here we go.
What's up, Skulls?
All right.
I think the biggest thing for me that like so far is like, holy shit, Dylan. Oh my god, bro, she's drawing like headless fucking bloodied torsos and hands that are cut off.
Dude. And they redacted that shit from us in the beginning, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I called her drawing out from the beginning. She was obsessed with drawing eyebrows, bushy eyebrows and eyes. But I guess it got darker than that.
Oh, it's even worse than that, man. She was drawing like hands chopped off of bodies and headless torsos, and she was drawing bodies that had their necks slit twice, just like the girls did upstairs and shit like that, ear to ear.
Hold on, are you the one that posted that her Reddit or her Pinterest got banned because she was posting nothing but pictures of knives? Something about her
she had this. Yeah, she had this like Pinterest account that I believe it was law enforcement recovered the Pinterest account, and on that account it was all fucking knives. All
Okay,
different
so
kinds of knives. Listen, probably I think the biggest thing for me that like so far is like, holy shit, Dylan.
That's it right there.
Absolutely. Yeah. And she makes a good point with that too, because we've been talking about that recently. Like, I don't believe in coincidence in this case. And seeing those photographs on the wall and everything with the girls with their necks cut twice. The knife that's on the photograph as well, that's sitting off to the side. Come on, you guys. Like, we're not small children. We're not in elementary school. We're not stupid. We see these things. We're going to look at this and we know the case. You're going to go, okay, this is just conveniently put here. Come on. I mean, come on. It's very, very strange. Okay. Very strange.
Yeah, and Lana and Bertie and Jage and I and everyone have deep rabbit holes that we bored out from day one, that we dig deeper and deeper in the university and Scott Green and bada.
Yeah.
I mean, it also could just be as simple as this roommate flipped the F out, grabbed a machete, and just went to chop.
Very likely.
And and the connections come in the cover up. From the beginning, the first time I had Miss Potts on, she did not want to share her honest opinion. She just wanted to come in here, read the things, state the facts.
Right.
I said, look, just tell us. It's just us. What you really think. She's like, the only way that anybody is covering up this much is if law enforcement is involved.
Same thing Lana said. And I agreed fully with Lana. And again, they have to be involved somewhere, somehow, in some sense, folks. Lana's biggest thing, because I asked her when she joined us on the verdict room that night, I brought this up earlier too. And we were talking about the cleanup, okay? And I asked her, I said, what are your thoughts on that? And she was like, that's law enforcement, Dago. Law enforcement, 100, period. That's how she said it. Law enforcement, period. And I said, absolutely. Because who would be the best person to clean up a crime scene other than somebody that knows exactly what needs cleaned up? Law enforcement walks in and goes, that can't be here, that can't be here, that can't be there, that has to be here, that has to be here. And they clean it up and walk away. You can't make me believe otherwise. I fully agree with that. Absolutely. I fully agree with Lana and Annie, and both on the involvement of law enforcement, because who would have the ability to take this to the height that it's been taken to and hide the things they have? Not college kids, not you and me, not the victims' families. It's got to be within the agencies that are involved in this. There's no doubt in my mind, Kane, that there's some form of involvement in a deep sense with them. Truly.
Yeah. No. That's a mouthful there.
Sorry. Sometimes when I get
that's good because you've made other great points today as well. And I'm sure they were just on the tip of my tongue as far as this goes. Is the as far as the undercover vehicle, and I think that I was either in chat last time or last time I was up here. We discussed the fact, and I guess maybe Lana had found that there never was a vehicle. They totally mansplain themselves.
Oh yeah.
Up to these kids who are getting a alcohol ticket that don't have any alcohol. Let's not forget that. What are you getting a $500 ticket for with alcohol when you don't have any alcohol?
As a distraction.
Makes no sense.
It was an absolute distraction, in my opinion. I fully agree with that and believe that. As we saw, and I pointed out earlier, that car keeps going back to the White Apartments parking lot, staying in that one specific spot where you could turn slightly to the right and look straight up the path that basically walks directly up to the front door of 1122 if you follow that path all the way. Okay? And
yeah, I heard that today.
Right. They would leave, they would drive around, they do their little patrol thing, and then come back to that same spot again and again and again. And then here come you heard what Lan and Birdie were talking about this and everything else. And then here comes the Banfield stop. That's, in my opinion, if you think about what happened with that, it took their attention fully away from what was going on in that house during the Banfield stop. And I'm not saying they're related, but I'll be damned if it's not a coincidence. There's screams in the background during the Banfield stop you can hear. I'm just saying.
I think that Rollo also in the beginning pointed out that you'll see flashing on and off lights that seem to be some kind of trigger.
You watched that video a couple years ago. You watched the lights go off right around the time that this would be happening. It's kind of wild.
Okay, so wait, where was I with that?
Keep going. I'll be right back. I got to grab my.
Okay, so Jen from Criminal Confidential had found out early that vehicle had never been used before and had never been used since, the electric vehicle. And now, that's why I found it so intriguing that Lana and Birdie had found that it was never really taken in as a part. If you're going to have a police department, you have inventory, basically, and you're going to have your generally accepted principles of accounting applied, where you're going to have a vehicle, it's going to be brought in from day one, it's going to start depreciating. So you're going to keep track of the depreciation. In the end, they end up having these auctions where they sell off the vehicles or whatever to make back whatever they can at the time, right? And so this vehicle doesn't ever have to be accounted for some reason. It's just brought in. It doesn't have any of the markings of any kind of police vehicle. It is very suspect, and it's within hundreds of feet of the crime scene at what's I would say is the time of the crime. Everybody certainly has their opinion. Let me see what you guys are saying here and get caught up with the chat. Hi everybody, how you doing today? It's good to see you. Saint Bubbles. And now that's just wait, I know who that is. Who is? I recognize your picture. And we got Leia in there. We got Scully. Everybody, hi. I get what you're saying, but what redeeming qualities does Dylan have that they would cover for her? That's a great question. In my opinion, absolutely zero. Yeah, and I was saying on my show last night that she's like the J.R. Ewing of this case. There's nothing to like about her. Right from the get-go, you have her with the 8-hour delay. And that just seems weird. And then you see her and everything is me. Now, when you're talking about why somebody would cover for her, you have a different situation, because now you're talking about maybe people that don't want whatever the way this crime actually happened to be found out for reasons going. This is where you start going up the ladder and you start looking at INL, you start looking at Scott Green, you start looking at the money laundering. And I've actually seen someone in the chat actually state, SRB, that's right, thank you. I knew it was you. Okay, so, Roe, what's up? Is that they have a contract now to protect the national power grid with cybersecurity through Scott Green. And Scott Green has already displayed his corruption with the Phoenix University purchase, right? They brought in an outside party that was not an actual legitimate entity to bid up the value of the university, okay? This is beyond the money that he embezzled to go to his old, I can't remember the name of Goldman Sachs, but the other company, the shady law office that he worked for in New York, which has connections to Epstein. Okay, so you have Scott Green brought in conveniently right around the time of the crypto crash a Moonstone Bank, which is a local Washington State University or Washington State right across the border bank, goes from being this little farm bank at $10 million a year and gets this huge injection from Sam Bankman-Fried. Okay, $70 million gets up to $220 million. Conveniently, so I've had people say, "Oh, well, at least the frats weren't slanging the party favors." The frats have been proven. Even Steve Jr.'s frat was printing the round things. You know what I mean? So the implications of one more thing breaking the camel's back, possibly, with this being a double tap situation over there at 1122, are tremendous, because they were already on the border of losing one of their grants, which they did. They did lose a huge grant, and then the connections to INL, which is the hugest thing going on in the Pacific Northwest, which you're going to have all these data centers from. You're going to have all these power grids. There's more nuclear stuff going in over there, and as of right now, Scott Green and the University of Idaho are training the people to work there, and they are in charge of the cybersecurity. So whatever this actually was had to be hushed. So that would be my answer to why would you protect Dylan in this case. What actually happened, what the names are, it's still, I mean, they've stirred up the pot so much, Dago, that you couldn't answer. I don't even think a Fed could honestly answer that. I can agree with question.
That too. Thank you, SRB. I agree with you. It's crazy. It is absolutely insane. Truly and honestly insane. The whole thing is a mess. I think that's been done on purpose too. I do. To make sure that people can't get a grasp on shit. You know what I mean?
Dude, in this case, it couldn't be done by accident. I'll be honest with you. It's because anytime we like dive in and we grab something, oh, finally we got it. As soon as we have a hold of something, 50 more questions pop out, and we're like, that
every single time, and it always will. Every time, whether it's good or bad, it's more, and it's always going to be, because I think that when they see somebody start to get close to something, it's time to change the channel again. So pop in there, and that's what they do.
Before I go on to the next thing you guys were talking about, here's how you know that this case was not only a psyop, so to speak. It also was a precedent-setting thing, because now when you see a Luigi Mangione, when you see the guy who shot Trump thing, you're like, you can call it from a mile away, like, this is BS. You know, look at that, look at this, and it's like with the storylines, it's all they're doing is rearranging the players, rearranging the narrative.
Coming from the same book, yeah.
And so here's the thing. Here's the big takeaway from this case, is that the feds took a lot of the evidence, right? And they've said, well, hey, we're the feds. We don't have to release it. We don't have to tell you anything. Right. And that seems to be the precedent of this case, in that they're doing it automatically in all these other cases now. So where the defendant cannot get the discovery that they're owed, that they're deserved.
Good point.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's just becoming this non sequitur where you cannot, you know, whether you're guilty or not, you cannot battle your way out of a paper bag. What was Blue Devil saying there?
Hold on.
Oh, the MPD Ford Fusion was what Rosie and Tisdale were in that night, and what Payne used for recreation. This particular vehicle has no dash cam or other recording devices. Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's no other police stuff. I did not know that Payne was using this for recreation. So,
and then he used it to do the recreation as well. But yeah, or one of them to do that as well. One of those vehicles.
Yeah, and looking back on that one, but Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see it now. What was the most recent one where you saw that the we even see it in the David case with the rapper David, that they're and it's like, that seems like kind of an open and shut case. Why are they withholding stuff? It's just everywhere now. It's rampant, and this case kind of set the benchmark for it. It's like, okay, and it's like I was saying the other day with this case, it's like an infomercial. It bolstered the career undeservedly of Othram Labs, of the cell, what was the name of it? Cellbrite.
Cellbrite.
The Cellbrite literally said the same thing that Bill Thompson said about the car, in that the evidence was that there was no evidence. He had no access to add. Bryan Kohberger had no access to add any kind of eraser software, because his laptop was a school issued laptop, so it has only administrative principle applied to it. So you can't go in, and so they said, oh well, he added this and it erased everything, and he was so clever that way. No, he wasn't, because he didn't have the administrative privileges to add those things to delete his past.
Absolutely.
So yeah, what do you think about that?
Very interesting point. Very interesting point, sir.
All right. So the next thing you guys were discussing was the positioning of the bodies.
The posing, yeah.
Now, that alone, if you take a look at the Prince's poses, and I was talking about this on Willie's show also as well.
Right.
And he definitely agreed with what I had to say, is that, hey, what's up, Seahawks fan? How you doing? The position of those bodies, when you have two people that have passed away, to get them to sit up and to hold a pose is going to be extremely challenging. I mean, have you ever tried, like, with like stuffed animals, to get them to sit right and do what you want, you know what I mean? And now you have this weighted body that is, bleeding, for lack of a better term, that you're trying to get to prop up against each other. And what is the pose? Is some kind of like one of these like glamour shot kind of things, or I don't know exactly.
Yeah, the ones that I looked up when I found it, I'm trying to find it to show you again. There's multiple versions of it, but it's kind of like something with the face and the hands, or you're doing this type thing.
Oh, really? So, okay, so hands have to be... give me 1 second. I grab some Mio to put in my soda. This thing tastes terrible. Hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Did you find it?
Not quite yet.
Yeah, that's okay. So my point being on that is, you have somebody with not only the determination to do something like that, but you have the time. That is going to take an enormous amount of time. And just for those two, all right? So when you think about it, if you get a minute off of, okay.
See the hands?
Yeah. Yeah, I worked at Glamour Shots back in the day, and I'm familiar with some of the poses like that.
So that was one pose that they said Maddie was posed in, and then the both of them were posed together as if they were cuddling, we were told. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that does not happen in a you can't just get that the first time trying.
No, that took some time, I agree.
And you're getting messy doing it. I'm sorry. And you're definitely gonna. Here's the thing, with the state's timeline, if you get a minute off, the whole thing is thrown away. Bryan could not have done it.
Sure.
Because that car speeds away at what, 422 or 417? Exactly. Mm-hmm. And if you have even 5 more minutes that you've added to this timeline, it's over. it's not him.
Right.
If you're believing that car was his. So not only that, I think that what they did on top of these poses is you have this horrible scene and then you cover it up with the comforter, right? Mm-hmm. Isn't that what they did? And a lot of people are like, I think they did it because they were close to them and they felt guilty. Or I think they were trying to hide what they did from themselves. My opinion is they did it. They posed these people. They cut them the way they wanted to. And they put those blankets over because when the person that found them pulled them off, that is something they are never going to forget. And that was for 100% shock and awe value.
I can agree and to send a message, in my opinion, as well. So here's my question to you then. With everything you've seen so far, okay, see, I'm wondering if this is exactly how this ended up at the end. That Maddie was here making the princess pose, Kaylee was posed behind her to cuddle her in that aspect, or if they were facing each other. Either way, these are the things that we were told. So do you think they told us every bit of this, Kane? Do you think that's absolutely the truth as to it, or do you think there may be more that they withheld with the posing as they did with everything else so that we wouldn't gather the absolute truth on this?
Well, I'll tell you what, I think by law standard, they have to leave some details out to get allocution from anybody that they end up arresting.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, so typically there are things that by standard they're going to leave out. Do we see allegedly from Turby's statements here that things were found and then moved? Yeah. I mean, things were being moved already. So who's this? How easy is it to say, that they were 100% doing this? This is like
they found the bracelet, on the floor in the spare bedroom, and they picked it up and put it on the desk. They found the sheath on the floor and picked it up and slid it under her thigh on the bed. And who knows what else they did that with? Many things, I'm sure. And that's all evidence tampering, bro.
Exactly. And the thing that troubles me watching this, and I've been kind of low key because I've been doing the DoorDash thing, and those days are over. I'm back on this case 100%. And I've been following along. I haven't been chumping out on anything. I just haven't had the time. And just talking right now is rough for me. But I wanted to get up here with you. I thought this was an interesting show today. They're always great shows. But you'll be seeing a lot of more of me for sure here and on my show, hopefully.
Sure thing.
But the thing that troubles me the worst, and we could keep calling them Muppets, right? We have Doug Wilson with Lucy Morningstar, Heather Fitzgerald, right? My co-partner.
Yes, Miss Heather. We love Lucy.
She has been saying from the beginning, it's quoting Doug, don't feed the feds and don't let them feed you. And, of course, Scully asked me, can I feed them sometimes? And I said, as long as it's not after midnight. But,
then we get gremlins, right?
Right. But what do we have? What do we have right now? Feeding us. We have the worst of the feds. You have Whitcomb, who is at almost every single of the worst case scenario, bullshit cover up federal things, where you have Oklahoma City, you have the Ruby Ridge, you have Waco, Texas, and I mean, these were hardcore black op FBI operations, right? That when the truth comes out, it really makes your stomach turn. He was in charge of, and also Scott Green's best buddy was also the FBI director in all of those cases. Okay, we're talking about Clinton FBI with that lady, what was her name, with the Elian Gonzalez and all that stuff. Every single bad thing with the FBI, that guy's involved with. Also now you have Turby, okay, very high level Fed scene investigator. Now he has a history of coming in after the fact, never seeing the crime scene, and giving his opinion off of the notes and of the video and of the eyewitnesses of the case, right? And so his testimony has been used to overturn a few cases, you know, and I saw that you did, I was stoked that you did the Memphis 3. And you prodded me to even look a little bit more into that. And his testimony, it appears, and his role in the movie, which is wild because, I mean, you know, these bands like Trent Reznor and Metallica are satanic bands. And they're jumping in, letting their music be used to raise money to get these kids off. It's wild. To me, that's a whole other topic, but it's just wild. And so you have Turvey, you've got Whitcomb, and here, you know, people are just taking it in like gospel, just gobbling it up. You know what I mean? And you have to be selective in what you are hearing, because a lot of the stuff coming out of their mouths is bullshit, and it's all meant just to throw you off. And the fact that Whitcomb is an author, I don't think they could have gotten anybody to look the part of an author better from the FBI, honestly. But I don't know. In my opinion, he did not write that book. He's a sniper. He's an FBI guy. That's not his style. Whatever. We can have a guitar off one day and we can fight it out that way. I don't know, but yeah, I'm not buying about 98% of the shit he's throwing out there.
I respect that. Everybody has their own feelings and opinions on all of this. And there's a lot of stuff that came in a short period of time, and everybody's looking at it different ways. I fully agree with that. And I don't have any absolute like feelings, like justified and solid feelings on all of this yet. I'm still waiting to see what comes and what could come. But it's interesting. You have to, something I've stated for, hold on a minute.
Angel D, what's up, Angel D? How you doing? Welcome, my queen, princess. Good to see you.
So, sorry, my son's in the background playing his damn guitar. I'm like, I can't hear shit saying. But what was I saying now?
Your guitar off.
Yeah, right. He just got a new one for his birthday, so he can't put it down.
Nice.
What the hell was I saying, you guys?
We were talking about Turvey and Whitcomb and accepting everything, and everybody has a different take.
Oh yeah, what I was saying, the most important part with anything, and I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Ann, if it's Thompson, Turvey, or Whitcomb, or God for that matter. Okay. Everything, you question everything, folks. You have to question everything. You have to question everything. I can't stress that even more. Whoever you trust is whoever you trust. And I respect everybody's own thoughts. I always have, but you still have to trust, or you have to question everything. As I've done, I question things with Chris. I've questioned things with Turvey. I question things with Ann. Of course, we know I question everything that Dirty Santa puts out. I question it all. Okay. We have to. You can't just settle in on something and go, okay, I'll take it and run with it. You can't do that. If this was a cut and dry, black and white, everyday case, sure, that's a different story. Not in this case. There's no way in hell that I am okay just saying I'll take it and run with it. No, we have to question everything. That's my opinion. Okay, because I think there's more coming. I'm telling you, I fully agree with Jesse. Just made the statement.
Well, you know, Jesse has a point, and I might have jumped the line a little bit, saying that I don't believe necessarily he's written the book. I do believe that whatever information that he's gotten is coming from NBC Dateline, but you know, whatever source that he's not citing, where's that coming from? Now, here's the thing about whistleblowers in this case, Diggs, is that if you're a whistleblower, it gets you nowhere. It gets you nothing, because A, they're going to discredit you, and B, it's not. Look at the Timmy Reed case. All right, Timmy Reed was a guy who had a problem with one of the football frats.
Another bad case, right?
Okay, and they went to his party with this is a year and a half after the one with 2 crimes, and beat the living almost to death. Okay, with pipes, and they were wearing balaclavas. Okay,
right,
bro. What? Okay, you're gonna tell me that this is a schooling morning, and they're so deeply regretful, but these are the people that did it. Okay, they're walking around with bravado, and not only are they walking around with bravado, they're covered. We were up the rear end of this university at that time, a year and a half in, and we didn't find out about this particular incident for 2.5 months. They kept it squashed.
Right. Absolutely.
The names and the people that were the culprits in this were never released. So talk about protected. Talk about protected. And so when you talk about a whistleblower coming forward, what is the point? Because there is nothing. You could have a video of somebody going into the house with a machete, coming out with it bloody, and it would not be enough for the prosecution to say it was enough that was exculpatory to reverse the case. 100%, it's happened before. And
I agree with that, and I agree with you. There's not a positive gain for anybody that does it, other than their own mental capacity, their own well-being. Because and I do believe there's people out there that do this. Okay, if somebody, because I'm one of them, and I think you're one of them. And I think most of the people in our community are. Now, we're nobody of importance. I know that, and I don't mean that rudely. I mean, we're all important, but to the community, to the government, we're nobody of importance in that aspect, okay? Here's the thing. There are people that do believe in the truth, that do believe in justice, okay? And when, like I said, all of us are here for this reason, in my opinion, I hope. That's why I'm here, okay? That we want to see real justice, and we want to see the fucking truth brought out in this case because it's such a joke. There's got to be other people out there of importance that work within the government, that work for maybe the FBI or the CIA, or not the CIA, but you know what I mean, like upper echelon people that do believe in truth as well. And that's how I'm hoping that this. I do believe there's more whistleblowers coming, like 100%. I believe it. I think there's going to be a rollover here pretty soon, and some people are going to be surprised. I have a gut feeling that there's at least 2 more coming at the very least. And that they're related to law enforcement. That's my opinion, okay? This is just a guess, okay? It's a gut feeling and a guess. And when it happens, here's the problem. We had this conversation on Crimes After Dark with JJ, and he made a very good point to me. We all know that JJ gets into the deep state, and he looks behind the door more than we do. He looks in the background more than we do, and he's always in that form, in that mode. But he makes good points. How, especially at this point in this case, how and why should we believe anything that anybody comes forward with because of how we've been presented with this case? Every one of us is now on edge. We're all sitting on edge. Something comes down the line and they're like, here it is. Here's some truth. Yeah, you said so. Okay. And that's where we're at. Now, 4 years ago when this came out and somebody would have done that, we'd have went, oh, wow, okay, cool. Let me see that. Not anymore, because we don't have the trust factor anymore,
Right.
because they've ruined this. And in a sense, I think they've done that all on purpose. That's how this works, okay? And it's a manipulation tactic. They 100% they do this kind of shit all the time. We've seen it. So somebody, let's say these 2 whistleblowers that I'm talking about believing and coming forward, it happens. Are you going to believe it right out of the gate? Because I'm not. JJ said, well, how do we know, Dago, that they're giving us the truth? Because we want to believe it, or just because it's different than what we've been told? He made a huge point. My mind said, oh, fuck, why'd you do that to me? Now I'm all fucked up in the head trying to twist this around and think about it, because I want to believe that there is somebody that will bring us some truth. But all it could be is somebody coming in to change the channel again, okay? So that we'll shut up and be happy with a situation. Here's this. It's different than what you've been told for 3 years. But is it the truth? We don't know. And that's where we have to, granted, we have to be able to clarify and verify and question everything. But at some point, somewhere, we're going to have to trust a little bit of something. Not at all. Not everything. Please don't. Okay. We don't need any more sheeple. That's all I'm saying. You have to be able to read between the lines, look through the weeds and see what looks right, what doesn't look right. That's where our knowledge of what we know comes into play. But guys, it's a game. That's what I call this, the game. They've been playing the game for 4 years. Okay? It's ridiculous. And that's why we're the way we are. And we're going to have to be able to figure out what's truth and what's not. Because there's always going to be a little bit of truth sprinkled into whatever the fuck they're telling us, okay? Not enough to make it real, but just a little bit. So that's where I believe the work's going to come into play, where we're going to have to try to sort through that and figure out what's what. And then maybe we can come to some answers with that. Or it could be absolutely none of that. Like JJ said, we don't know that, and he doesn't trust it, and I understand why. This could be anybody coming forward just to say, hey, we got to get them off the point with this. Maybe because people are getting close to things that they're not supposed to. Maybe because they're tired of hearing about it. I get it all. Just to shut us up and shut us down. Because if somebody comes forward, you saw what happened. And I'm not saying that's what it was. Don't quote me on this because that's not what I'm saying. Chris Whitcomb came out and he brought us a book that did not say Bryan was guilty. Okay? That's what he did. Everybody jumped on it. I'm holding it in my hand, so that tells you I'm everybody too. Okay? It's a good book. It's got some interesting points. It does give us some information that is real. How much of it, I don't know. And I still question it. Okay? Then Dr. Turby, who's in the book, comes forward and does give us some information. And again, it looks like and sounds like it might be true because we want it. It takes the guilt away from Bryan again. This book here has a whole bunch of that in it. Okay. The entire book is based off of that kind of thing. Tons and tons of it. Okay. Another great book. Got to get this if you don't have it.
Hello, Christian.
So the point I'm trying to make here is you made good points with what you're saying. All I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying don't trust any of this. Okay. Because that's not, I don't think that's the way to do this. And this is, again, just an opinion I have. I absolutely respect what you're saying, brother. You know that I do, 100%. What I'm saying is, guys, at some point, there's something, even if it's a little thing, we're going to have to look at it and say, okay, that very likely probably is true. And then you try to pull it away from the things that we know aren't. Okay? And then you start building from that, little by little by little. And maybe we'll get something out of it. Or we'll just turn around and end up in the same position. But the point is, at some point, somewhere, there's got to be some truth that gets thrown to us somehow. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say.
I'm guessing that your next whistleblower is going to be one of them. Going to be Cy. Is that far-fetched? Okay.
I don't believe that at all. In fact, I don't think Cy is going to come out and say anything to the positive about Bryan. I don't believe that. I never have.
I believe that he said just the opposite, that he was guilty, and that.
I think. I think what Cy was saying in that little excerpt we got out of his book was that with the end. This is just the way I perceived it. Okay, with the information that Cy was handed by them at that point, it does look like Bryan's guilty. But that's with the information he was given then. I think, and I believe that the information was incorrect. You know what I'm saying? I think it was falsely presented to him. In turn, if he had actual true information, so on and so forth, then at that point, maybe he can make a little bit of a different decision. But I never believed Cy was going to be the savior. I never thought, if at the very least, I believe that he can come forward and say, you guys lied. And I know you lied because there's no way you got to the point to prove that Bryan was the one by doing what you said you did, because here's the truth and how you would actually have to do it. And you didn't do it that way. That's what I think Cy's going to say. And I think he might be able to prove that Bryan may not have been in that area that night. That's about it. So,
yeah, with the cell phone data records done for an iPhone, and Bryan didn't have an iPhone. I wonder, now I wonder if that whole thing with his stealing his sister's iPhone was just made up for this particular thing. No, I'm not married.
His parents said it happened, so I mean, it is what it is.
Just an interesting twist. The reason, okay, so looking back on what I was talking about with the whistleblower thing, and with the reason that I brought up Timmy Reed. Timmy Reed's dad is Nick Reed. Nick Reed owns quite a few pizza parlors in the area, right?
Right.
I've tried to get a hold of him, to talk to him on or off the air for an interview. I was unable to get past the order takers there at the pizza place, so I went ahead and I tried to contact his lawyer, Tim Gressback. And Gressback was more, at this point, this was probably 6 months after we found out about the crime, more than annoyed that I was bothering him, that I said, the receptionist said, "Are you the one that sent the emails?" You know, like, I'm like, yeah, guilty. Just trying to, it seemed like in the beginning, they were coming out, they were showing the pictures of his face. They were very gung-ho to talk about it.
Right, I agree with you. I was going to reach out to his family too to tell his story, and then there was no response after a period. There was one response once. I'd be glad to talk to you, absolutely, and then it went dry. So something happened.
Something happened, right? And this is the flip side of the coin with the whistleblower thing, with which like I said, no matter what you bring to the table as a whistleblower, you're gonna get either shot down, discredited, or whatever, or they're scared of something, dude. They are.
Bingo.
I mean, if you got a high-powered Moscow lawyer that won't talk about his client's case publicly, that should tell you something there, bud.
Right here. You hit the nail on the head, bro. Right there is 100%. I believe that very likely is what the basis of this case is at this point. I think that is what happened with Bethany Funk. I think that, and I know people are going to come at me for this. Just please bear with me. I believe it's possible that's what happened with Ann Taylor and Bryan Kohberger and his family and everybody else. I think they were all threatened to an extreme level that scared people into doing certain things in this case. And I think they're not the only ones. I think the people of Moscow are petrified to talk about this because, again, we all know the things that Rory went through, that Lee went through, that a few other people that Lana went through, JLR went through, many people that have gone to fucking Moscow. Okay? These are our people, folks. These are our people. Whether we agree with them or not, they're still our people.
What did Lana experience as far as intimidation goes? I don't remember that.
She just said it was an uncomfortable feeling throughout the community, so on and so forth. That you could just feel like, if I remember correctly, and if I misquote her, she'll correct me. I promise you, I love her to death. But there was an uncomfortable like stillness, not stillness, but like a feeling in the community. Lee said the same thing. Lee was followed. He was verbally attacked. They told him to get the fuck out. Why are you here? You know, like came out of nowhere and followed him out of town. JLR goes there, which JLR kind of deserves.
Well, I think JLR kind of smucked the pot for everybody.
Yeah, he kind of.
And now that we know so much more about him, right?
But Rory went to the fucking corner club, folks, and Lee and JJ said the same thing when they walked in the door, like you see in the movies. The whole fucking bar turned and went, "Why are you here?" Basically, by looking at him like that. So Rory goes in,
flap open, right?
Yes. Rory goes in. He orders a drink. Didn't even stay in the bar, and he went to the back patio, and we had him live that night. Okay,
yeah, that's here. So. Is there video of that still somewhere?
He had it and he took it down. Okay, before he took his channel down.
I'd love to see that sometime.
But I believe, and I don't mind throwing the name out there. It was Jack Schuster was standing at the back fence. That's the football player that supposedly had the alibi, that didn't have the alibi. Was standing at the back fence pulling a Wilson, one of these deals from Tool Time, and did one of these deals with his finger pointing at Rory. Next thing you know, the owner walks up. And it's like, excuse me. And Rory was live. We could see it all. He was like, yeah. And he was like, can I help you with something? He was like, no, I'm good, dude. He had his laptop open. He had his drink. It wasn't just a well drink. He put some money on it, okay? And he was by there minding his business. Not in the bar, but on the patio. And no bullshit, guys. I'm not lying to you. You can ask anybody in here that remembers this. The owner of the club closed the laptop, took the drink, dumped it, and said, "Get the fuck out of my bar now. You're not welcome here. I know who you are, and I know why you're here." Walked him to the door, out the front door, and said, "Don't come back. Stay the fuck away from here. Go away. We don't want you here." Now, at that point, yes, I understand there were many people going there. There was a lot of reporters or independent reporters like who we are and news facility, everything. There was a lot of people there. Maybe they're tired of it, sure. There's a different way to handle shit like that. There was nothing that Rory did that would make anybody come at anybody like that, okay? It was absolutely a threatening situation, and that's exactly how every one of us took it. So, take it for what it is.
And so Lee's also been there to the town.
Lee's been there twice. Lee's been there twice. He went once with JJ, and they drove through the whole town. It's on video. And he went in the bar. Nobody attacked him that way at first. He went in the bar. They went in there to check it out. Everybody turned and looked at him like they didn't belong there. He said it was a very weird feeling. Okay. And then he went back not too long ago. And as he was there, what looked like, he thinks it might have been like Stigma Chi guys walked up to him, came up to him, and was like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Can I help you with this and that?" And blah, 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 and got into space and shit. And we're like chesting up to him. And he just they were like, "You need to go." So he got in his car and he was leaving out of town. He doesn't live too far from there, but close enough that he can drive, but not there. And an MPD police officer followed him out of town. They never stopped him. They never did anything, but they followed him out of town. And his wife, she verified it. So it's like, dude, why? Okay. I get that people are tired of this, but that's still odd to me. That's all I'm saying.
And stay out.
Basically,
I mean, that's out of Rambo, right? I mean, it's like, that's 100% keep moving. Holy shenanigans.
It's happened to more than one person, guys. Rory got approached when he was boots on the ground in the neighborhood by the 1122 house. We were over on Linda Lane, walking around looking for cameras, which is why I know there's 3 extra fucking cameras that they will not claim. And somebody came out of their apartment over there and was cussing him out, telling him to get the fuck out. He doesn't belong there, blah, blah, blah. Or no, you're not from here and all this. And again, I get when you invade somebody's town, they get defensive. Not like that. Something is not right. That's all I'm saying. There's a fear and a coercion going on, in my opinion. Sorry.
Was there footage of these other 3 cameras, the proof, or are you seeing them with your own eyes? Because that, I mean, literally is like the breaking point between me and Heather.
Let me point something out to you. Rory walked around the whole area. I know there's a few people that were watching this with us. Me and CJ were live. With it, we were all on panel as he was on the ground, walking around Linda Lane, between the Queen Road apartments, around the 1122 house, right behind the 1122 house, right in front of the 1122, walking down the middle of Queen Road, all this stuff, okay? There were 3 cameras that I remember seeing. There was a camera on the back of the white apartments up on the corner. If you move down going towards the intersection, there was a little place in between the whites and the corner house. There was a camera there, and there was a camera on the very corner house of Queen and King intersection, okay? There's no reason in my mind that anybody would have a fucking camera put up if it's not working. So, that being said, I knew those were there. I've known those were there for years, okay? Lana tried to FOIA any footage besides the 1112 footage. They denied it, said there was none. I tried to FOIA, and I said, any camera footage besides 1112 that's available in the neighborhood of 1122 and the surrounding areas. It was denied, said it doesn't exist. And then you have Steve Gonsalves come forward and say that there is other footage that has not been seen by the public that is out there. And then Whitcomb comes out and says that he knows for a fact that there's other footage and other cameras that has not been seen by the public. Take it for what it is, y'all. I'm telling you, there was at least three, okay? There could have been more, but I saw with my own damn eyes 3. I think, if I'm correct, Rory even pointed out, if you're looking from the parking lot of the Queen Apartments this way, and you look at the back of the house where the back window kitchen stuff is, there's a pole that was sitting right there in that back parking lot. the very top of the pole. He said, "I swear to God, Dago, there's a camera up there." He held the phone up, and it looked like a camera to me, but I've never seen that. So
We've
there
done
again,
entire lives on that pole, bro.
there again,
That pole had some type of wire, and whether it was electrical wire, electronic wire, going up it in a serpentine manner. Okay, it was not professionally done. Doug was the guy who wrote one of my theme songs there, and he also had done electrical work, and he said, "Yeah, that is not how it's done. It's not up to code. Blah 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 blah." Up and down, and so Jen has always thought that was some type of, that pole was used as some type of locally broadcast program, like a voyeur dorm or
we
something
talked
like
about
that.
years
Because
ago.
if I know, I'm sure you caught bits and pieces at least of Miss Potts's in-depth dive into the trafficking in Moscow and in Utah County, and it kind of goes to figure that now we find out that more than likely Maddie had a OnlyFans. I've heard from several sources that Kaylee was dating several people, dating quote unquote. And so for that, and now you're saying what we thought more than a camera from looking at the pictures, and gosh, I have them somewhere in my 85 terabytes of stuff for this case. What we thought it was more of an antenna at the top of that pole than a camera.
It could have been. It could have been. Absolutely could have been. Just based on where we were standing. I mean, unless you're coming down on it, like the best position would have been to be on top of the.
If we'd had a drone looking at it.
Or
now there is that drone footage. However, they did right after the crime. That might actually come into play here.
Sure.
That's a good look. Maybe we can pick that up on the next one.
I had told him, I said, you need to get up on top of the Queen Apartments there the best you can. Try to get up on that corner and see if you can get up there and see that. But he didn't want to go up there and get thrown out for trespassing or something, so we never did it. But there again, I don't know. That's just one small little thing in here that is one more thing that we got screwed on. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, you guys, and I have to bring this to a close because I've been in here almost.
Yeah, I was going to say my chest is starting to, I don't even know if I can do a show later, but I'll definitely have one tomorrow and try to pick up with you guys tomorrow. Thank you for having me, Diggs. Always a pleasure.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you jumping up and expressing your views, opinions, and thoughts, brother. Anytime, always welcome. So thank you.
Great chat, everybody. Thank you very much for being here.
I'm glad you're doing okay. I appreciate you, and I hope you keep healing the way you should. Take care, bro. Guys, again, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. It was a great conversation as always. There'll be more coming tomorrow. Again, I think we're going to break down Travis's his final finality on the analysis, what his thoughts are, what he thinks, and what he feels on what he did when he broke down these interviews. I'm looking forward to that, and a little bit more. We'll be going through that tomorrow. Again, I always appreciate your guys' inputs, feelings, thoughts, and opinions on this case. Guys, keep them coming. Please know how much you are appreciated. I hope you do. And 1 second, I'm sorry. What is going on here? There we go. Don't forget, folks, the most important thing is to love yourselves, love each other, and absolutely, please understand you cannot change anything about yourselves because you guys are truly the beautiful people just the way you are. I appreciate each and every one of you. Again, Truth Seeker and In Stitches, happy birthday to you both. I hope you have an amazing day and an amazing rest of your year, guys. And I can't wait to tell you happy birthday again next year. Thank you to my amazing moderator. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love each and every one of you more than you guys know. I will be jumping into voice here shortly, right after this. If anybody wants to join me, you're welcome to. And if not, no worries. Other than that, guys, have a great night. Nothing but love for you all, and I will see you soon. And don't forget to subscribe to Cafe Conspiracy, guys. It's going to be coming soon, and I'm looking super forward to it, guys. You don't want to miss it. Take care.
coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delayed in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the TruCrime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter